of European competition in 6 attempts. They can make it 7 heaven in the Hungarian capital this evening. Talking of Hungary, that is what Jose Mourinho's Roma will be to lift European titles in back-to-back seasons, having won the inaugural Europa Conference League last season, beating Feyenoord in the final. In fact, Mourinho hasn't lost any of his 5 previous European finals as manager, dating back to UEFA Cup win with Porto against Celtic in 2003. At a stadium which is due to host part of the Guns N' Roses World Tour this summer, who will be the main act tonight? It is absolutely packed inside here this evening. There are tifos both sides of the ground as the 2 sets of players shake hands, the accustomed for a big final such as this. So, to the teams for the final, and Sevilla make one change from the side which started the second leg of their semi-final tie of Juventus. Only the suspended Marcos Acuna, who was sent off in that game, isn't in the team which won 2-1 at home to book their place here in the final against Juventus. Only 2 players who started their 2020 final win against Inter Milan are in the starting 11 this evening. Is Yassine Bouanou between the sticks, as he was in Cologne 3 years ago. Lining up 4-2-3-1 from right to left at the back is Jesus Navas, Loic Bade, Nemanja Guedeld, who was on the bench in their last final win, alongside Alex Telles at left back. Fernando is the only other starter in that fateful 3-2 win, and he partners Ivan Rakitic to make the 2-man pivot. Lucas Ocampos, Olivier Torres and Brian Hill are the 3 main midfielders, providing service for Youssef En-Nesyri up top. For Roma, no player has made more appearances in the main competition of the Europa League than Rui Patricio, 69 now for him across 3 clubs in this competition. Chris Smalling is one of 2 changes from their 0-0 draw away to Leverkusen to book their place in the final. He slots into the middle of a defensive 3 alongside Gianluca Mancini and Robert Jimenez. Brian Cristante and Nemanja Matic are the 2-man pivot in what UEFA have put as a 3-2-3-2, but in reality it will be a 3-5-2. Matic has played for Mourinho at 3 different clubs. Spinazzola, Pellegrini and Zeki Celic are behind Paulo Dybala, whom Mourinho put in his pre-match press conference. As I said, only had 30 minutes max tonight, has been put in from the start, alongside Tammy Abraham up top. He could win 3 European trophies in 3 seasons with a win here this evening. The referee is a familiar face to those of you who watch the Premier League, is Anthony Taylor, and it's going to be Roma who get us underway. They're going to be attacking right to left in this opening period in their traditional colours, the red and yellow, while Sevilla in all white this evening, white shirts, white shorts, black stockings. And it is Roma who get us underway here in the 2023 UEFA Europa League final. Full kick-by-kick commentary available here on the Flash Score live audio commentary service from the Puskás Arena here in Bucharest. And it's Roma who have the early touch of the football out on the right-hand side. Ball goes out in towards the path of Dybala now. Ball goes out of play. It's going to be an early Roma throw, which is going to be taken by Zeki Celic. Forward it goes, along that right-hand channel it goes for Roma. Back though by Sevilla on the edge of the penalty, but one back again by Dybala on the right-hand side, who wins a second Roma throw in quick succession. Again out on this right-hand side, adjacent to the edge of the penalty area on this right flank. It's going to be thrown in towards the penalty area by Zeki Celic. It's going to be a long throw in towards the penalty area where it's flicked on by Cristante and out of play for an early Roma corner. Jose Mourinho, 20 years on from winning his first European title in this competition as the forerunner UEFA Cup. His Porto side who beat Celtic in that particular final. They have a corner within the first minute or so, a minute and a quarter played. It is Sevilla 0, Roma 0, and it's going to be Lorenzo Pellegrini to take this corner on the right hand side for Inter Milan. Bodies passed forward towards the penalty spot, is thrown in towards the near post, cleared away but picked up again on the edge of the penalty area. It was Dybala who had an effort on his left foot, but that sailed over the bar, and a clash of heads there between Roger Ibanez and Nemanja Gudelj in the corner prior to that means that Anthony Taylor's going to stop play quite early just to double check the pair. Okay, clash of heads as the ball went in towards the penalty area, and 2 don't make 1. Well, this has been a competition that's been Sevilla's forte. They participated in 4 finals under the guise of the UEFA Europa League, the last of which 3 years ago, as I mentioned, against Inter Milan, and 2 finals in the UEFA Cup and won them all. In fact, their last victory in 2021 was the first time they never actually retained the cup after winning it. They won the UEFA Cup in 2006 and 2007, beat Middlesbrough in the first of those finals, and then went on to win the Europa League in consecutive years in 2014, 2015 and 2016. As for Roma, they've not previously reached this stage under the guise of the UEFA Europa League, but they did make it to the final when this competition was the UEFA Cup. They took on Inter Milan in an all-Italian final back in 1991. And 3 minutes gone here, Sevilla 0, Roma 0 in this particular final on the Flash Score live audio commentary service. Ball on the halfway, Sevilla have it. It's in the possession of 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰. Plays it out towards the left, switched out now to the right hand side. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 just encroaching inside Roma territory, and he drives down this right hand flank here for Sevilla. Cross goes in right footed, headed away by Roma. Ball won back though by Sevilla on the edge of the box. It's with Ocampos, who has Spinazzola for company. Played it forward along that right hand flank, but Nemanja Manicic sees the ball go out of play. It's going to be a Roma goal kick, and it was him up against the onrushing Oliver Torres, 28-year-old. 32nd appearance of the season for him. Just to give you an eye for the conditions out in Budapest this evening, as we play 4 minutes in this Europa League final. Sevilla 0, Roma 0 here on the Flash Score live audio commentary service. It's a clear night. Temperature around about 18 degrees out in Budapest. Humidity around about 63%. So it's going to be quite a grueler for the players. And remember, if it's level after 90 minutes, extra time and penalties to decide this Europa League final. Roma have the ball on the right side, midway inside the Sevilla half. Ball goes out of play. It's going to be a Roma throw on the right hand side. It's going to be 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 to take this. And about 30 yards from goal. Play short into the path of Cristante. Forward it goes again, but cleared away by Sevilla on their left side. One back by Smalling, but picked up again by Sevilla, who moved out on the left. The ball in the possession of Rakitic, and plays it out towards the left hand side into the path of Jesus Navas, the Sevilla skipper. Forward it goes beyond the halfway, midway now inside the Roma half, but it is the Italian side who pick up possession. Ball moved forward, but Navas clearing the ball out of the way to try and stop the onrushing Roma attack. We play 5 minutes here. Sevilla 0, Roma 0. It's going to be Spinazzola to take this Roma throw in here on the left hand side. He's going to move it forward beyond the halfway, where it's brought down once again by 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰, but again cleared away by Sevilla. Ball goes out of play. It's going to be a Roma throw left side, around about 10 yards inside Sevilla territory. Tammy Abraham this evening looking to become the first player to win all 3 major European prizes, and he has the ball in the penalty on the left hand side. Plays it across goal, flicked away by Sevilla inside the box before finding Paulo Dybala, and they're made to clear their lines on the right hand side with Jesus Navas. Forward it goes into the path of Ocampos on the right hand side. They break forward now inside the Roma half, in towards the path of Oliver Torres, into the middle, and Rakitic 15 yards inside Roma territory. Goes out towards the left hand side and in towards the path of Alex Telles, the left back for Sevilla this evening. In towards the middle, Loic Abade on the halfway, goes out in towards the path of Navas on the right hand side. Played short into Torres. Back it then went into the path of Navas, who had Pellegrini for company. Ball now moves out to the left hand side as Sevilla move forward. 6.5 minutes in, Sevilla 0, Roma 0, and the ball is in the possession. And it goes out in towards the penalty area, cleared out of play. It's going to be an early corner for Sevilla. 6.5 minutes in, last touch. They're coming off of 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 for Roma. And so an early set piece for them to defend. It's going to be Ivan Rakitic to take this corner out on the left hand side as they attack in this opening period. 7 minutes of this Europa League final been played, and it is Sevilla 0, Roma 0 here on the Flash Score live audio commentary service as coins get pelted down from him. Sevilla are attacking the end that the Roma fans are housed in this opening period, and Rakitic is just having a word with the referee Anthony Taylor about that. Roma create such a vociferous atmosphere, but we don't want it to spill over into those sorts of things. And I think Paulo Dybala has actually had a couple of words with the Roma fans. He's just shaking hands with Rakitic, who's going to now take this right-footed in-swinging corner from the left-hand side as the coins continue to be pelted at him as this corner kick is taken. 7.5 minutes in, 0-0. Corner goes in towards the near post where it's headed away by Tammy Abraham, headed out all the way towards the half, and the ball is in the possession of Tellez. Plays it out towards Jesus Navas on the right-hand side, driving forward. He's got two up against him. He has to go back in towards his own half and play the ball into the path of Tellez. It goes out, it crosses sides, and it's in towards the possession of 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰, who moves his way out towards the left-hand flank into Rakitic. Forward the ball goes first time towards Hill, but it's won back by Roma, who now look to move forward out on this right-hand side, but play's going to stop for a free kick. It was 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 with the challenge on Dybala, just catching him beyond the halfway. And he's gone down clutching his knee. He was injury doubt for this final. Jose Mourinho actually said in his pre-match press conference that he probably won't be playing more than 30 minutes in this final. Well, he's already in from the off, and yeah, he was just caught from behind by 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰. Serbian international. And so Roma take this free kick. Ball on the halfway. It's in the path of Tellez. 9 minutes gone in this Europa League final. It's Sevilla 0, Roma 0 on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Forward it goes. Pellegrini looking to play it forward in towards the path of Dybala, but it's blocked off by both Tellez and 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓰 back into the path of Buonu between the sticks for Sevilla this evening. 9 minutes gone. Sevilla 0, Roma 0. Long ball forward by Sevilla, but that's only going to go from one end to the other because that's going to be a comfortable take for Rui Patricio, who gets his first real touch of the football this evening. Patricio, who made a little bit of Europa League history in their second leg 0-0 draw against Bayer Leverkusen, because he's now the all-time Europa League appearance holder from the group stage to the final, having made his 68th appearance in the second leg of that semi-final. That's two more than Austrian defender Alexander Dragovic. Played 45 times in the competition for Sporting Lisbon, 10 times for Wolves, and 13 times now for Roma en route to the final of this year's competition. 10 minutes played in this year's final. Sevilla 0, Roma 0 from the Puskás Arena in Budapest. You're listening to Flash Score's live coverage of the UEFA Europa League final. Don't forget to keep tuned in to the Flash Score app, because we'll be getting you all the latest scores and results throughout the summer. We'll have live commentary of both the Europa Conference League final between Fiorentina and West Ham and the Champions League final between Manchester City and Inter Milan, both live on this service, as well as the Premier League's resumption from August next year. Roma in possession though, inside their own half. Ball moves out towards the right hand side and in towards the path of Celic, who moves forward. It's him up against Tellez. Tellez with the last touch to see the ball go out of play. It's going to be a Roma throw on that right hand side. It's going to be Celic to take again on this right flank, 10 yards inside Sevilla territory. We're going to find the ball forward, but it looks as if it's going to go sideways, and it's brought forward by Matic, who drives from the middle. He's got options out to his left. He finds Spinazzola in that left hand side position, just by that touchline on the left. Moves infield, crossfield ball from left to right. It's going to be picked up by Dybala, edge of the penalty. He's got Tellez for company. Looks to move inside into the box. It goes. It's Celic moved across. Spinazzola unmarked, saved by Buonu in the Sevilla goal. First chance of note falling to Roma. But forward at the other end goes Sevilla. It was Campos who looked to move his way forward, but Roma block off to the ply line in the end. But it was an excellent move by Roma. Excellent vision by Celic to look up and see Leandro Spinazzola unmarked, who then has an effort first time on his right foot. And Buonu makes himself big to parry the ball away in the Sevilla goal. 11.5 minutes gone. Sevilla 0, Roma 0 here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. This is Tammy Abraham, goes back into the path of Matic. Forward it goes, in towards the penalty area it goes. It's 6s and 7s at the back for Sevilla, but in the end it goes back to Buonu between the sticks. And it was Lorenzo Pellegrini who was making the run forward, looking to get between two defenders, and he was nearly successful in doing so. But it ends up in the thankful arms of Yassine Buonu between the sticks for Sevilla. Picked up on the halfway, cleared away by Roma. But Sevilla have it again. Moving forward is Fernando. One back though by Matic for Roma, who had both him and Hill up against him. So he has to go back to 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 between the sticks for Roma. Before it goes beyond the halfway. One back by Sevilla. Now this is Hill in the middle, 10 yards inside Roma's half. Goes back a few yards into the path of Alex Telles on the left side. Back out to Hill again. Telles played along the line, and it's into the path of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 in the centre. Goes out again to the right hand side. This is Navas, 10 yards inside Roma territory. Goes back into the path of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Switching side, crossfield ball out to the left, and it's brought down first time by Oliver Torres. Looking for options and has to go back to 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 again. Goes back out, and again it's in the possession of Torres, who has Spinazzola up against him, so has to go back to Boadu between the sticks of Sevilla, and out it goes again to 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. 13 minutes gone. Sevilla 0, Roma 0. Europa League final live coverage on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service as the ball plants its way forward from the right hand side, but it's dealt with by Chris Smalling. Out of play for a throw, which is taken quickly, and inside the air it goes. It was a quick throw from Ocampos, looking to find Oliver Torres, who we're going to chest it down with his first touch. It was just too heavy in the end, and so the ball goes out of play for a Roma goal kick. Goalless in the Europa League final here at the Puskás Arena, as we have a look at replay. Spinazzola's chance, striking it first time on that right foot, but parried away by Boadu, who makes himself big. Roma actually qualified for this season's Europa League via 2 routes. Courtesy winning the Conference League last season, they beat Feyenoord in that final in Helsinki. But prior to that, they actually finished 6th in Serie A in what was Jose Mourinho's first season in charge, and they launched the ball forward again, headed away by Sevilla, who picked possession up with Navas on the right hand side. Over the halfway it goes. Smalling heads it back into the path of Rui Patricio between the sticks for Roma. 14.5 minutes gone. Sevilla 0, Roma 0 here in the Europa League final on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Now, it has to be said that their campaign for the giallorossi of Roma didn't get off to the better start. They lost their opening game 2-1 away to Ludogorets. It was only, in fact, they picked up 7 points from their final 3 matches, which is what saw them into the knockout phase, where they then eliminated Salzburg, Real Sociedad, Feyenoord, who they beat in the final of the Conference League last season, before then getting the better of Bayer Leverkusen in the semi-finals to book their spot here in Budapest tonight. Quarter of an hour gone. Sevilla 0, Roma 0. It's going to be Sevilla who going to get a free kick here on the right hand side. Anthony Taylor just having a quick conversation with both sets of players. Play will continue, and the ball will go back into the path of Yassine Bounou between the sticks of Sevilla. Goes out short to 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, and out again towards the left hand side. Ball planted for first time. It was Telles looking to launch it forward, but headed away by Čelić, who's been so useful on that right hand side for Roma in the opening quarter of an hour or so. Played short into the path of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷. Crossfield ball in towards the path of Navas on the right hand side, driving forward in his own half, looking at the better Spinazzola as he plays it out into the path of Ocampos, who's got Spinazzola for company. Turns on the right hand side and then plays the ball along the line into the path of Fernando, switching it out towards the left hand side. It's in the path of Torres. Now Hill, now back into the path of Bade on the edge of the half, played out towards the left hand side. This is 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Back it goes again into the path of Fernando, switching it out again to the right hand side. This is Torres, midway inside Roma territory. This is Navas, the Sevilla skipper. Goes back into the path of Bade again, switched out towards the left hand side. Clash of heads there between Alex Telles and Zaki Čelić, and the referee stops play, and the decision is going to go in Roma's favour. Both players kind of going for the same ball, and it was Čelić who just came off worse. They always say it's the unintentional ones that cause the most damage, as he finds himself down on the deck. Well, he actually heads the ball away, and then he gets a bit of a connection with the man afterwards, and the Sevilla player saying that was no foul. As far as we're concerned, it was both players going for the same ball, and he came out of it worse off. And so we got a little bit of a stoppage in play for injury to 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, the 26-year-old Turkish international. 23 appearances this season for Roma, no goals as of yet. And so whilst we've got this break in play, just a reminder of what else is available courtesy of Flash Score. Remember that you can basically follow every single game across Europe and in fact the world of significant note via the app, and our live commentary service will conclude for the season with the other major finals. On Saturday we'll have the FA Cup final for you, Manchester City up against Manchester United from Wembley Stadium. We'll be covering that one live from 3 o'clock, and then we'll have the other two European finals. That begins with the Europa Conference League as Fiorentina take on West Ham. That's next Wednesday at this time of 8 o'clock. And then next Saturday evening, the big one, the final of the Champions League, Manchester City up against Inter Milan. 8 o'clock start on the Flash Score live audio commentary service. Him on here, 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 is back on his feet, he's back on the field, and play gets back underway. 18.5 minutes on the clock in this Europa League final on the Flash Score live audio commentary service, and it is Seville 0, Roma 0. And after a little bit of a head tennis in the middle of the field, the ball goes out of play for a Roma throw on the left-hand side as they attack in this opening period. It was 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 who took it on the left-hand side, and it's going to go and find its way all the way back to Buonu between the sticks for Sevilla. Launches it for first time to beyond the halfway. Back up by 𝓤𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, and now flicked on, looking to find Ocampos, but it's going to be watched by Spinazzola before going back into the path of Rui Patricio between the sticks for Roma this evening. Ryan Hill, who will be remembered for his spell at Spurs, didn't quite go to the sort of plan that he would have liked to, as Abraham picks the ball up, flicked away by 𝓤𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 before being able to find Lorenzo Pellegrini, the Roma skipper. And now Sevilla looking to move on this left-hand side. It's a free kick though that goes in Roma's direction. And it's one back by Robert Ibanez. Forward it goes by Matic out to the left-hand side. This is Spinazzola, edge of the penalty on the left-hand side. He's got Navas for company. Cross goes in, right-footed, but Spinazzola sees it blocked, but Roma look to win it back with Matic. The ball runs out of play. Ocampos with the final touch for Sevilla, so it's going to be a Roma throw on the left side. 15 yards inside the Sevilla half. Spinazzola takes, thrown in towards the edge of the penalty area, flicked on by Dybala, looking to find Abraham, but the ball's going to run out of play for a Sevilla goal kick. We played 20 minutes here at the Puskás Stadium. Sevilla 0, Roma 0. And as expected in a final of this magnitude, quite a tentative, quite a cagey start for both sides. Two clubs who have only met once previously in UEFA competition. That was when Julian Lopetegui was Sevilla manager, winning a single-leg UEFA Europa League round of 16 tie 2-0 in 2019-20. That was a Roma side coached by Paulo Fonseca, and that was in the German city of Duisburg, and that was during the COVID-affected season where games had to restart on the other side of the pandemic. As the ball goes forward, players gone down here for Sevilla on the halfway. Both sets of players are having a little bit of a tangling with each other, and it's going to be a yellow card for the Roma skipper Lorenzo Pellegrini. It's going to be the first yellow card brandished in this final by Anthony Taylor. And it's him up against Ocampos. In fact, it's going to be Nemanja Matic, my apologies, who's going to go into the book. It's because he was having a chat with the captain Pellegrini with a yellow card in his hand. But it's going to be Matic who just puts an elbow round the face of Lucas Ocampos, which is going to see him in the book, much to his frustration, as we see on the monitor that we're watching proceedings from the Puskás Arena in Hungary from. So Matic, the first player in the book then in this Europa League final. 22 minutes in, midway through this first half. Sevilla 0, Roma 0 here on the Flash Score live audio commentary service. Sevilla with a free kick 10 yards inside the Roma half. Infield from the right-hand side. It's going to be right-footed, in-swinging delivery. It's going to be swung in by Rakitic in towards the penalty area, right-footed, headed away by Roma, but it's Rakitic in possession again, who plays it along the line on the left-hand side. This is Telles in possession, crossfield ball out towards the right, looking to find its way in towards the path of Ocampos, who's infield up against Spinazzola, so he moves it in towards the middle, and Rakitic again looking for options out on the right, and he finds Navas this time. Edge of the penalty area, he's got Ibanez for company, he also has Pellegrini there for company. Played back into the path of Torres, cross goes into the area, right-footed, cleared away by Roma, goes back into the area again towards Rakitic, who looked to get a shot away, then Torres flicks the ball up in the air a couple of times for Roma managing to intercept and head away. Ball on the half now, one back by Sevilla, only temporarily. Roma win possession. 𝓣𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 was brought down before, which incensed the Roma bench with everyone to a man up on their feet, and then Ryan Hill going down to the ground, and Sevilla win a free kick, which has perhaps just riled up that bench a little bit more. 23.5 minutes gone on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. You're listening to live commentary of the UEFA Europa League final between Sevilla and AS Roma from the Puskás Arena in Bucharest. Not really missed much of note, just the one real opportunity in this first half. Spinazzola with an effort from inside the area, which was matched by Bruno, but other than that, not real much by way of goalmouth action so far. Roma have possession on the right side as they move forward. This is 𝓣𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷, but deep inside his own half, has to work his way back, and it's probably all the way back to the keeper, or at least that's the intention. The ball was played forward, but one back by Sevilla and Fernando, but Matic picks up, and now turning is Pellegrini, but one back by Sevilla on the halfway, played out in towards the path of Navas, the Sevilla skipper, driving down this right hand side. So Spinazzola for coming, but he manages to get the cross in, flicked away, and then only as far as Torres on the rebound, and then he can only fire his effort way over the target. And in amongst all that, Ibanez has found himself down on the floor, clutching his face. And again, it looks like it's going to be another stoppage in play due to injury, and Jose Mourinho cutting a bit of a forlorn figure on the Roma bench, just arms round his waist, trudging up and down the touchline, just having a look at that. He'll go in, flicked away, and I think Ibanez just, well, he catches, he's caught in the face by the hand of Youssef En-Nesyri. Unintentional as he lands from impact, and so he's kind of got the aftermath of that, and that is why he's down on the ground and in significant discomfort, but he's back up on his feet, still on the field of play. 25.5 minutes gone. Sevilla 0, Roma 0 here in the Europa League final on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. It's going to be Rui Patricio to take the goal kick forward. Beyond the halfway it goes. Flicked on the right hand side by Brian Cristante. One back by Sevilla, who have possession with the skipper Jesus Navas. Forward the ball goes on the right hand side. Flicked on by En-Nesyri, but only back into the path of Rui Patricio between the sticks of Roma. Played short into the path of Gianluca Mancini, who's playing out on the right side of a defensive free for Roma this evening. Looked to play the ball forward on the right hand side. 𝓣𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 thought he was dispossessed. In fact, he was fouled in the end by Alex Telles. And so Roma with a free kick on the right hand side, 5 yards from the edge of their own half. 26.5 minutes gone. It's going to be Gianluca Mancini, the Roma right back, wearing the number 23 shirt this evening, the 27-year-old to take. He played short to Matic before finding his path again. Long ball forward along the line on the right hand side, flicked up by 𝓣𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷. Abraham not going to flick it on into the penalty area, cleared away by Bade for Sevilla, and the ball goes out of play. And it's going to be a Roma throw-in on the right hand side, 10 yards inside Sevilla territory, as Jose Mourinho moves back to his seat. Maybe some time for pondering. It's going to be challenge to take forward along that right hand side. Abraham loses out, possession in the path of Sevilla. Hill launches it forward, took a deflection en route, but it falls kindly for 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, who manages to play the ball out onto the left-hand side. Torres on the half, driving forward now is Alex Telles, switching out from left to right in towards the path of Navas, out into the path of Campos. They move ever so close towards the penalty area now, towards the edge of it. Navas moves in field, looking to get the better of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Cross goes in, right-footed, cleared away by Chris Smalling in and around the penalty spot, and cleared as far away as Bardet, who was looking to play it back to the goalkeeper. Lost his footing temporarily, but Abraham couldn't put on surmountable pressure to make that mistake costly, and it goes all the way back to the Sevilla keeper. Forward it goes beyond the half, out on the right. Flicked on by Campos for Sevilla, cleared away by Smalling on the left side for Roma. Ball finds its way back on the halfway and out into the path of Oliver Torres. Now Navas on the right, switching it into the middle, back inside their own half of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. And now Ivan Rakitic moving infield and plays short to Fernando in the middle on the halfway. Out it goes to Navas on the right hand side, who's got the on a Pellegrini for company, looking to play an underlapping ball, but it's won back by Roma, and this is Abraham who shifts it out towards the right hand side in towards the path of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, who has to play it back to Cristante following the press from high and Hill. This is Smalling on the edge of his penalty area, plays out into the path of Ibanez, and now Pellegrini going to move infield from the left hand side for Roma. 29 minutes played. Sevilla 0, Roma 0 here in the Europa League final on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Mancini crosses the ball right to left into the path of Spinazzola, brings it down with his first touch. Now looking to get the better of a Campos for Sevilla, moves inside, plays it across into the path of Dybala, but won back by Sevilla. This is Fernando. Played back into the path of Navas inside his own area. Back it goes to Bueno between the sticks for Sevilla. Forward it goes, flicked on by 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, but it's not going to find Oliver Torres, and so Roma reclaim possession. Half an hour gone. Sevilla 0, Roma 0 in this Europa League final on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service, coming to you live from the Puskás Arena in Budapest, the Hungarian capital. Reminder that we'll be bringing you more Europa League, Europa Conference League and Champions League commentary next season, and we'll have both the Conference League and Champions League finals with you on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service later on in the month as Roma moved the ball forward. It was Cristante looking to find a bar on the right hand side. Ball goes out of play though for a Roma throw. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 with the last touch, the Sevilla centre back, and so it's going to be a throw on the right hand side for Roma, 15 yards inside Sevilla territory. Half an hour gone in this Europa League final. Sevilla 0, Roma 0. The referee Anthony Taylor just having a chat with Nemanja Matic. Nemanja Taylor actually ref their win over Feyenoord earlier on this season, or shall I say Roma's win over Feyenoord earlier on this season. Phone taken on the right hand side, 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 forward, cleared away by Sevilla. Out of play it goes for another Roma throw. It's going to be 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 again to take on this right hand side for Roma. 31 minutes on the clock. It's Sevilla 0, Roma 0 in the Europa League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Throw goes into the penalty area, cleared away by Fernando. Ball up in the air on the edge of the penalty area. Abraham goes to ground. Roma appeal for a penalty, and Sevilla look to break at the other end. Hill moving his way forward. Referee blows for a free kick, and now both sets of players surround the referee. Mourinho not happy about the potential penalty call which may have gone against him, as Anthony Taylor just goes back to check on the welfare of Tammy Abraham as VAR have a look at a potential penalty check here. The VAR this evening is Stuart Atwell, assisted by Chris Kavanagh and Bastian Dankert, all English officials this evening. Michael Oliver, the fourth official, and the assistants are Gary Beswick and Adam Nunn. Just having a look at this penalty incident now of VAR. Abraham still down on the deck. The referee initially stopping play because a few moments later he deemed 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 to have had Brian Hill, but the VAR check is over and the decision looks as if it's going to stay with what happened on field. I believe it is. going to be the same decision as on field, no penalty. Much to the frustration and the annoyance of the Roma manager Jose Mourinho. Having a look at another angle of that replay. It was Fidel John Abraham, Fidel clearing the ball away, but Abraham heading for that same ball, and they were saying it was a high boot which landed in Abraham's face. The VAR making the staunch decision that because he got the ball there was no foul play there, and that the foot wasn't in a high position. So 32.5 minutes gone of this Europa League final, the 14th Europa League final since the rebranding of the competition from the UEFA Cup in 2009. There was another Spanish side that won the first edition of the rebranded competition, Atletico Madrid, beating Fulham 2-1 in the final. Diego Forlan with a goal 2 minutes from time in extra time. Meanwhile, here in Budapest in 2023, it's Roma in possession on the right-hand side. Moving infield is 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, moves out towards the edge of the area. This is Abraham in possession. Inside the area it goes, cleared away by Fernando for Sevilla. Matic couldn't quite pick up, but it's going to be one back by Spinazzola. Played into the middle into 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Spinazzola again moves out towards the left, gets the better of two defenders, then look to move infield again, but that was one task too many for him, and Sevilla win possession back, but one back straight away by Spinazzola, and now to Pellegrini on the left-hand side. Gets the better of three, but he couldn't then get the better of Fernando, who is up against 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, goes back into the path of Navas, who has Spinazzola for company. Ball launched forward towards the halfway, where it's picked up by Ivan Rakitic, who's up against Brian Cristante. Possession, one back, and the ball threaded through into 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲 inside the area to give Roma the lead. Paulo 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲, who wasn't meant to start this game, has scored in this game, and it is first blood to Roma in this Europa League final. And the fans to the right of us go absolutely balmy. The giallorossi are on their feet and may be looking for a historic feat now of back-to-back European titles. It was picked up on the halfway. It's a fantastic pass by Mancini, who finds 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, who manages to get his way between two defenders. And then once inside the penalty area, he only needs one touch on his left foot to glide the ball past Yasin Bounou in the Sevilla goal. Paulo 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲 with his 12th goal of the season in all competitions gives Roma the lead in the final. The bench go crazy. Not Jose Mourinho though. He knows that's only part of the job done. They've got their goal, the goal they craved from the golden man, Paulo 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲. 35 minutes in, Sevilla 0, Roma 1 in the Europa League final on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. And meanwhile, the protests from a Sevilla perspective, they weren't happy about the potential of a foul in the build-up, but there's been a couple of yellow cards on that Sevilla bench. We'll update you as to that, as to what happened there, as soon as we get confirmation on our confirmation screens. But what we can confirm is it is 1-0 to Roma. It's Paulo 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷. 10 minutes on time in the opening period to give Roma the lead here in the 14th Europa League final. And Sevilla, who have an unblemished record when it comes to finals in this particular competition, are going to have to come back from behind, and they're going to have to do it within a sea of smoke here in the Puskás Arena as the smoke bombs go towards the goal to our right. And talking about things going off, as is this game, because tempers are just beginning to fray a little bit, and Anthony Taylor just having to stop a little bit of pushing and shoving as the ball went back into the path of Rui Patricio between the sticks for Roma. And what happened there was the protest from a Sevilla perspective has seen Rafa Mir, the substitute for Sevilla tonight, finding his way into Anthony Taylor's notebook. So not on the pitch, but into the book, the Sevilla number 12, 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. 37 minutes gone. Sevilla 0, Roma 1. Roma back up the field again. Ball cleared away by Tellez on the left-hand side. The ball goes out of play for a Roma throw on the right flank, and Tammy Abraham towards the small pocket of Roma fans that occupy the goal that they're attacking to the left of us in this opening period. Waving his hands in the air to try and create an atmosphere. They sense a buzz. They sense a moment. They sense an opportunity possibly before the break. 37.5 minutes gone. Sevilla 0, Roma 1. Throw-in taken on the right side. It's Čelić to take. It was around about 30 yards from goal. It's cleared away by Sevilla, who win themselves a free kick 10 yards out from the edge of their half on the left-hand side. It was Oliver Torres who went to ground to win that free kick for Sevilla. It's taken out on this left-hand side, moved beyond the halfway. Forward it goes along that left-hand channel through that sea of smoke where it's so hard to distinguish one from another from our perspective, let alone from a player's perspective. So the cross comes in through that murky sea of smoke. Ball goes into the penalty, into the path of En-Nesyri, whose header can only find Rui Patricio in the Roma goal. It was a weak header, tame header, couldn't quite get any venom on the effort. And so it was a comfortable take for the Roma keeper as he launches the ball beyond the halfway. Flicked on, looking to find Abraham. Cleared away, but one back by 𝓣𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, whose goal is the difference in this final. He goes to ground. It's a free kick to Roma on the right side, around about 25-30 yards from goal. 𝓣𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 finds himself down on the deck again. He's found himself in the wars really this afternoon. Goes down under the challenge of Ivan Rakitic. So opportunity knocks for Roma to double their lead. 39.5 minutes gone. Sevilla 0, Roma 1 here in the Europa League final on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. 𝓣𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 and Pellegrini over it on the right hand side. If Pellegrini is to take, it'll be a right-footed in-swinger, but it's 𝓣𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 with his arm up. It'll be a left-footed in-swinger if it is for him. The wall lines its way up towards the edge of the penalty spot. Pellegrini floats it in to the back stick. It eludes anyone and everyone, and it goes out of play. It's going to be a goal kick in the end. Free kick swung in by Pellegrini. Either Ibanez or Smalling could get there, but Campos does really well to stop Ibanez in his path. And so, Sevilla goal kick. 5 to go to the break. They trail Roma in the Europa League final here at the Puskás Arena by a goal to 0. Paulo Dybalà's goal after 35 minutes lead difference between the two sides so far. Roma, who never won the UEFA Cup / Europa League in their history. Never won a European trophy until last season, looking to go back-to-back under the stewardship of Jose Mourinho, who can join an exclusive list of managers to have won this competition on more than one occasion. Unai Emery and Diego Simeone, the only managers to have won this competition more than once. Emery, the only manager to do it with more than one club, having won it 3 times here with Sevilla, but also winning it with Villarreal in 2021, beating Manchester United in the final, which was where Jose Mourinho won this competition with Manchester United in 2017. He won this when it was the UEFA Cup with Porto back in 2003 when they got the better as Celtic in the final. Under the new name of the Europa League, only 2 managers have won it more than once. Ball goes out onto the left-hand side for Sevilla. 41.5 minutes gone. They trail Roma by a goal to 0 in this year's Europa League final. Perhaps what's not a good omen for Sevilla is they've not won any European game outside their home ground of the Estadio Ramon Sanchez Pizjuan since beating Rennes 3-1 away on matchday 6 of the 2020-21 UEFA Champions League. That's a run of 13 matches now where they've drawn 7 and lost 6, but they've won all 4 home games this season since dropping down to the Europa League from the Champions League. And that game in 2020-21 was back in COVID time, so that match, that away game, didn't even have spectators in. Sevilla in possession on the left-hand side. Hill looking to move it forward in towards the path of Tellez. Cross goes in towards Campos, headed out of play by Ibanez, and it's going to be a corner to Sevilla as the Roma bench again getting sensed, and Jose Luis Mendiaba, the Sevilla manager, just trying to calm the Roma request down. But it's going to be a corner to Sevilla. Rakitic to take, left side, right-footed in swinger. Dybala moves in close, too close for Rakitic's liking, and so he steps back to then take again. So Rakitic over the corner, swung in towards the back stick to Fernando, just over the bar. Detaching from the Roma train, nearly attaching his head clean enough on that header to put it past Rui Patricio. He just couldn't quite keep it down in the end. Just goes above, hits the netting above the goal, and Patricio could just watch that go out. Minute and a half to the break. Sevilla 0, Roma 1 in the Europa League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. The final 2023 from the Puskás Arena in Budapest. The ball beyond the half for Roma, looking to find Tammy Abraham, who's got Cadels for company. He's now got Tellez as well alongside him. Plays it back into the path of Dybala on the right hand side, into the penalty area it goes. He's got options alongside. He's got Pellegrini, who takes a touch, looks to move in field. He had two up against him. It's still in the area. This is Abraham on the right hand side before the referee stops play for a free kick, and it's going to be a yellow card now for Pellegrini, the Roma skipper. And so on the right hand side, Roma causing troubles again. Inside the area was Dybala, plays it back towards Pellegrini, who goes to ground up against Rakitic. Appeal for the penalty, and instead only got a yellow card for his protests and his efforts, much to the delight of the Sevilla fans who were right in front of the incident. About 10 seconds of normal time here in the opening period in Budapest. Sevilla 0, Roma 1 in the Europa League final on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Ball launched forward by Bonu between the sticks. There's going to be 7 minutes added on at the end of the first period here as Abraham moves his way forward on the left hand side. A little bit of a tug of the shirt there by Bade. Plays it across, looking to find Dybala. Cleared away, one back though by Matic, who's actually playing for Jose Mourinho at his third club. Chelsea and Manchester United in England. He played for Mourinho in the Premier League, and now reuniting with him in Serie A with Roma, and reuniting to great effect thus far. 40 seconds of the opening minute of 7 added on at the end of the first half played. Sevilla 0, Roma 1 in a first half played by injury, controversy, but ultimately a Paulo Dybala goal 35 minutes in that separates the two sides. Sevilla 0, Roma 1, but the ball moves forward. Campos on the right hand side, cleared away by Roma, goes out of play. It's going to be a throw in to Sevilla. Matic with the last touch, and it's going to be a long one on this right hand side. In fact, it's gone out for Roma throw. My apologies. It's going to be Spinazzola to take on the left flank for Roma. Ball goes forward, flicked on by Sevilla, one back by Matic, who this time definitely gives away a Sevilla throw. Minute and a half gone. Sevilla 0, Roma 1. Minute and a half of first half stoppage time, I should add. So, throwing to be taken by Ocampos on the right hand side, midway inside the Roma half. Thrown from the right side, goes long in towards the penalty area. It's not fully cleared by Roma. It is now, but one back by Hrdlj. And it goes to Navas on the right side, played into Ocampos. Cross goes in, right footed, looking to find En-Nesyri, but Kalic happy to watch that go out of play for a Roma throw on the right hand side as that cross into the area ran too heavy. As we have a look at the goal that separates the two sides on the monitor, watching the game from, it was an easy pick up. Ball played forward by Mancini in towards the path for Dybala, who takes a touch on his left foot. Ball runs in towards the penalty area, gets the better of two defenders, and then just needs one touch to bury it past Buonu between the sticks of Sevilla. 3 minutes of first half stoppage time gone then here at the 𝓲𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 Arena in Budapest. It's Sevilla 0, Roma 1, and it's Sevilla who move their way forward. This is Hill driving through the middle, 2 up against him, manages to get the better of 3 before then going to ground, but referee pulling play back. Hill goes to the deck, is willing to play on, but now gives the free kick to Sevilla. And again, back it goes into the path of Fernando, and it goes right hand side. Navas, edge of the area, played short, underlapping ball to Hill, who gets the cross in right footed, comes off of Pellegrini, cleared away by Roma, but won back by Sevilla loosely. Navas, edge of the air, moves infield, had Pellegrini for company. Bade along to 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, and I was looking for the option on the left hand side, but prefers it out on the right. This is Navas, who's got Pellegrini again for company. Cross goes in on the right hand side, flicked away by Matic, picked up again on the edge of the area by Rakitic, goes out to the left side towards the edge of the area. It's going to be Telles to put this ball into the area, cleared away by Mancini for Roma, and it's going to be a Sevilla thrown on the left hand side adjacent to the edge of the penalty area, and the ball up in amongst the Roma spectators who are taking their time to give the ball back. It's going to be Telles to take the throw on the left hand side. It's going to be a long one in towards the penalty area, towards the penalty spot, flicked away by Roma but picked up loosely by 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, and it goes to Telles again, but one back by Dybala, not before the ball went out of play for another Sevilla throw, taken short into the path of Fernando. Back it goes to Telles again. Rakitic towards Bade, he's got Navas alongside, goes out to the far right flank into the right touchline where the ball's in the possession of Torres. Cross goes in, right footed towards the back stick, flicked away by Smalling, headed away by Matic, and now Roma look to clear the ball forward. Indeed they do, and so it goes out of play. Sevilla throw on the right hand side. 4.5 of the 7 allotted minutes added on at the end of the first half played here. Sevilla 0, Roma 1 in the Europa League final on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Ball switched out into the path of Navas on the right hand side. Cross goes in, right footed in towards the penalty area, flicked away by Roma, cleared away by Pellegrini on the edge of the box, picked up again on the halfway by Sevilla, and 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, the Sevilla central defender, who brings to the ground Dybala, but referee plays on, sees no foul there. Ball on the right hand side for Sevilla, close towards the penalty area. This is Torres, edge of the box, steps inside of Matic, switches it out towards Rakitic, who has a go at goal! It hits the post! Rakitic striking cleanly first time through the laces of his right foot and nearly struck goal for Sevilla. He now puts a cross into the area towards the back stick, but that's not going to find Navas. And nearly a golden moment for Ivan Rakitic. Ball played across to him, strikes it first time, hits the post, strikes it sweetly through the laces. And Rui Patricio is actually lucky there. It didn't rebound off the post and straight back in towards his path. Nearly had that comical moment there. Minute of first half stoppage time to go. Sevilla 0, Roma 1 here in the Europa League final. Dybala with a heavy first touch sees them lose possession, and so Sevilla find themselves on the ball again. Goes out to Hill, moves infield from the left hand side. On the centre circle the ball is switched out into the path of Navas on the right for Sevilla. He's got Hill in the centre if he wants to find him, but plays it out towards Ocampos, and now Navas looking to back it into the path of Ocampos, but it was too casual, and Pellegrini picks up possession for Roma, but it concedes a throw in to Sevilla right by the corner flag on the right hand side. This is probably going to be the final attack of the opening period. Ocampos to take the throw on the right hand side, looking to put a long one into the box. Indeed he does, to the near stick, flicked away but not fully away from danger, headed away by Roma, only as far as 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, who has an F on goal, blocked by Dybala, and that's going to be the final action of a frenetic opening period here in Budapest, where it is Roma who lead by a goal to nil. Paulo Dybala's strike 10 minutes on the end of the opening period, separating the two sides. In truth, it's been a game mainly of huff and puff and without much really Roma, who are 1-0 to the good at the break, courtesy of Paulo Dybala's goal after 35 minutes. And Sevilla have made a change at half-time, and it sees Suso coming on for Oliver Torres as Sevilla look to make something happen in this second period. So we are about to get underway. Anthony Taylor better put his whistle to the lips. It's going to be Youssef En-Nesyri over the kick-off for Sevilla, attacking right to left in this second half in their strip of white shirts, white shorts, black stockings. Roma, red shirts, red shorts, red stockings. Their traditional colours are the red and yellow as we get back underway here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Ball cleared away by Chris Smalling, and whilst we've got the opportunity, just a quick check of the two starting 11s as Dybala has the ball on the right hand side. We'll come back to him in a second. Dybala, Roma are going to make a positive start to his second half, but the ball cleared away by Sevilla, who line up Bueno in goal. Tellez, Goodeld, Rakitic, and En-Nesyri, Naves, Fernando, Gil, Bade, Ocampos, and Suso, who's common in this second half. Sevilla have possession on the right hand side, and it's Suso making an instant impact down that flank. Looking at the ball into the area with Navas, cleared away by Roma. Navas again, back to Suso, edge of the box. He's got Pellegrini for company. Brings it inside, shapes the shoot, takes the deflection off of Matic, for the ball goes out of play by Fernando for what is going to be a Roma throw. They line up Patricio, Ibanez, Cristante, Smalling, Pellegrini, Matic, Abraham, Celic, Dybala, whose goal separates the two sides, Mancini and Spinazzola. First half where tempers flared and perhaps boiled over at points. Anthony Taylor being praised for his refereeing performance in the first half, as well, both sides kind of gave as good as they got. And the tempers beginning to flare up right at the beginning of the second half as Anthony Taylor had to chat with Mancini, and it was pretty much worse the effect of don't do it again, let's stop it now. That was after a little bit of an incident between Abraham and Navas. Abraham rising high, but putting a hand in the face of Navas. Sevilla in possession on the left-hand side, just inside the Roma harbour. The ball given away towards Dybala on the right-hand side. He's got the one of Celic on the underlap, but Dybala cuts inside from the right, looking to get the cross in. He's up against two. Played back into the path of Matic, midway inside the Sevilla half. Out to the right again, into the path of Brian Cristante. Played back in towards the possession of Mancini, who looked to move forward in the middle, but was up against two. Loses out, and Sevilla have possession back, driving down this left-hand side. This is Suso moving infield from that flank. Ball down by Mancini, who finds himself in the book, the third Sevilla player to have been yellow carded in this final so far, alongside Nemanja Matic and Lorenzo Pellegrini, the 27-year-old. Gianluca Mancini, 35th appearance of the season for Roma, just the one goal to his name in this campaign. I say just the one goal, of course, in that right back position. Free kick to Roma, out it goes to the right hand side. Forward looking to find Lucas Ocampos, but it goes out of play. It's going to be a Roma throw, which is going to be taken out on this left hand flank. It's going to be taken by Spinazzola, who's going to launch it long and forward, looking to maybe get it beyond the halfway. 3 minutes of this second half gone as Cristante has a chat with Anthony Taylor once again. And I think part of the confusion is over the fact that Mancini's got to have a change of shirts, and well, we are in 2023, so we've got a number of shirts with the same numbers and same printing on, not back in the days where you had to wear a blank number for blood and things like that. Sevilla with possession on the right hand side, picking it up on the halfway, one back by Smalling towards the edge of his penalty area, headed up in the air but brought down by Fernando on the right side for Sevilla. This is Ocampo, played back, and inside their own half they find possession now with Goodeld. Now out to Rakitic on the halfway, played out towards the left hand side. Suso plays it out towards Tellez. I'm going to get the cross in. He does do to the back post where it's flicked on, nearly brought down, cleared away though by Ibanez for Roma, and it's going to be a Sevilla throw on the right hand side towards the edge of the area, but a foul throw in the eyes of Anthony Taylor, so it's going to be taken again by Navas, the Sevilla skipper. who will be dreaming that by the end of the night he'll be lifting that trophy, but he's got work to do if that's going to happen here. Front on the right hand side, played short to Ocampos, back to Fernando, Navas again, played back, now in towards the 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰, who's infield from the centre, plays it out towards the left and into the path of Tellez, 25 yards from goal, left-footed cross goes in towards the penalty area, flicks away, but it's an overhead kick by Ocampos, and it was a bit more the ambitious than it was the plausible, let's just say. Never quite struck that cleanly enough, and Roma didn't have to worry or be troubled by that one little bit. It looks good when it's executed. It doesn't if it fails. And José Luis Mendilibar, the Sevilla manager, will... Well, he didn't look best pleased by that particular effort as Roma moved their way back upfield. Gradels plays it back into the path of Yassine Bounou between the sticks of Sevilla. We played 5.5 minutes of this second half. Sevilla 0, Roma 1. Paulo Dybala's goal after 35 minutes, the difference between these two sides in the Europa League final here from the Puskás Arena in Budapest, the Hungarian capital. It's in the possession for Sevilla now of Alex Tellez. Goes back to Bounou between the sticks for Sevilla. Abraham was lurking, one back, but Sevilla do retain possession and keep hold of possession. Now they drive forward with Fernando out towards the left side. It goes into the path of Rakitic, driving down this left hand side. He's got the one of Lamela, who's also coming at the break. Avenef goal goes over the bar. Yeah, Lamela also coming on. We weren't told about that one on our World Feed picture, so our apologies about that. We will endeavour to get that sorted out for you straight away. I can tell you, he came on for Brian Hill at the break. My apologies, that wasn't sooner, but that wasn't given to us on our World Feed database. We do have a database that we can track everything through here on the World Feed, and that didn't come up on there up until now, so apologies about that. 52 minutes gone. Sevilla 0, Roma 1 in the Europa League final on the 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 live audio commentary service. Ball goes out in towards the path of Alex Tellez. Forward it goes beyond the half, flicked on by Chris Smalling, goes out of play. It's going to be a throw to Sevilla on the left hand side, just towards the edge of their own half. 52.5 minutes gone. Sevilla 0, Roma 1 here in the Europa League final on the Flash Score live audio commentary for service. Crossfield ball out towards the right hand side. It was looking to find Ocampos, who couldn't get his foot into it. It was a high and wide crossfield delivery, so it runs all its way out of play for a Roma throw. It's going to be taken by Spinazzola on the left hand side, adjacent to the edge of his own penalty here. Abraham and Matic move their way back. Forward it goes, looking to find Abraham, brings it down of his first touch. Run back though by Rakitic, out to Ocampos, got two against him on the right hand side, turns, looking to get past Spinazzola, goes to the deck, and Sevilla find themselves with a free kick here on the right hand side, around about 30 yards from goal. And that foul by Spinazzola on Ocampos. So a free kick in a threatening position for Sevilla, looking to work their way back into this final. A goal down to Roma, the kings of the Europa League. They've never lost a final. Their backs against the wall in this one. Shootout to take the free kick, left foot in swing from the right hand side towards the near post, headed away by Roma, who then move it clear on the left hand side, and it's going to run all the way back to Bounou between the sticks for Sevilla. Played short into the path of 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰. 54 minutes gone. Sevilla 0, Roma 1 in the Europa League final on the Flash Score live audio commentary service. Played out towards the right hand side and in towards the path of Ocampos on the edge of the penalty area. Played short towards Lamela, former Roma man. Now it goes towards Navas, right hand side of it. Spinazzola, cross goes in, and it's into the back of the net, and it's Ocampos who levels it for Sevilla. And they're pushing and probing at the beginning of the second half has paid dividends. Don't think the kings of the Europa League were going to give up without a fight. Seville 1, Roma 1, 10 minutes into this second half. The Sevilla section go crazy. The cerveza goes everywhere. Would it be the champagne they'll be sipping on by the end of the night? They're always threatening from the set pieces at Sevilla. And then from the second phase, the cross goes in. And in fact, it might have just come off of Chris Smalling or Mancini. And I think it's going to be given as an own goal against Gianluca Mancini, who gets the last touch, which prods it past Rui Patricio in the Roma goal. Campos wheeled off to celebrate. Sevilla celebrate. Sevilla back on terms. And that is possibly only the second own goal in the Europa League final. The only was by Romelu Lukaku for Inter Milan in their defeat to Sevilla in the final of 2020, 3 years ago. We're still awaiting the view of the dubious goals panel on that, but it's going to be given as an own goal for now. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 in the Europa League final, 56 minutes in. And it has been accredited as a Mancini own goal. Not what he wanted. Not that anybody wants in this type of final. This is Celic on the right-hand side for Roma, looking to get their way back in front in this game. And that's the first goal that a Jose Mourinho side has conceded in a European final since 2003. That was when Mourinho was the manager of Porto, and Henrik Larsson scored for Celtic in that UEFA Cup final. Porto would go on to win that particular affair. Mourinho, who's never lost a European final. And it has been, we've had it confirmed on our world feed as well, that Mancini has been accredited with the own goal. 57 minutes gone. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 here in the Europa League final on the Flash Score Live Audio Commentary Service. It's Sevilla in possession there, tails up, and they win themselves a free kick. Celic conceding a foul on the left-hand side as Sevilla move forward. The near touchline as we watch proceedings, it was Telles who was brought down to the deck. Jose Luis Mendilibar, who would actually become the oldest coach to win a Europa League final. He's 62 years, 78 days. Maurizio Sarri is the current oldest winning coach of this competition at 60 years and 139 days, and he led Chelsea to victory in 2019. Mourinho 14 days short of that total back in 2019. So, Sevilla free kick. It's going to be Rakitic to take on the left-hand side. It's going to be a left-footed in-swinger towards the penalty spot, looking to find Nesri, headed away by Roma. Navas switching it out towards the left side, flicked on first time by Rakitic, in towards Lamela, cross goes into the back stick, looking to find Nesri, headed away by Roma, who looked to clear their lines of Pellegrini, picked up though loosely on the right-hand side by Sevilla. Fernando into the path of Rakitic, goes back into the path of Houdelj, and this is Alex Telles for Sevilla. Goes back in towards the path of Yassine Bouanou between the sticks for Sevilla. Goes out towards the right-hand side. Fernando flipped over the top on the right flank, but it's going to be picked up by Ibanez for Roma, and it'll go out of play. Nesri just applying some kind of pressure, but he knew that the ball was ultimately going to go out for a goal kick. So just under an hour gone, 59 minutes played. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 here at the Puskás Arena in Budapest in the final of the UEFA Europa League. You're listening to our live coverage here on the Flash Score Live Audio Commentary Service as Patricio launches a goal kick for Roman Long. How to play it goes. It's going to be a throw on the right-hand side. Midway inside Sevilla territory, it's going to be Celic to take the throw on the right-hand flank for Roma. All the big bodies move their way forward from a Roma persuasion. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 wants it taken long. Anthony Taylor wants it taken back. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 then with the throw on the right hand side, midway inside Sevilla territory. We're going to find Abraham on the edge of the box, flicked away, but one back by Roma. This is Pellegrini, picked up by Matic, who goes to ground and wins Roma a free kick in a central position, around about 20 yards, 25 yards of goal. Matic, who just stepped inside, one possession back, but was clipped en route. A little bit of a nibble there. Turning into the ground, it was Campos who had that little bit of a bite on Matic, and it's one of those positions where it is central and it may well just be far out enough to warrant an effort on goal. It's around about 25 out, just off centre towards the right hand side. It's Pellegrini currently over the football. An hour gone. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 here in the Europa League final. Roma, who went in front 10 minutes from time in the first half. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 with the strike for them being pegged back 10 minutes into the second half. An own goal by Mancini. It's Pellegrini over the football. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 also eyeing it up here from distance. Referee blows his whistle. Take your pick. It's going to be Pellegrini to strike it direct, but it goes straight into the wall. And so it goes out. It's one back by 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 loose in the right hand side. Cross goes in, left footed to the back stick, flicked up by Smalling, but it's going to go straight to Brunu in the Sevilla goal. Smalling, who dinked his header down, but he just couldn't quite get it across goal. And so a comfortable take in the end from the Sevilla shot stopper. It's the Spanish side who had possession on the right side. Ball played forward, flicked on by Smalling, back to Patricio between the sticks for Roma. 61.5 played. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. It's Roma in possession on the edge of their own penalty area. It's Smalling who plays it out into the path of Mancini, and it goes in towards the path of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Forward it goes on the right hand side, takes a block off of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, who is putting a high press upon 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. So watching again another replay of the Smalling opportunity. I was looking to glance it down, perhaps in towards the path of Tammy Abraham, but it was straight at the keeper in the end. The ball's up on midway. One back loosely by Sevilla inside Roma territory, but it's a heavy touch in the end by Suso, which sees the ball go out of play for a Roma throw-in on the right hand side. 62.5 minutes gone. It's Sevilla 1, Roma 1 here at the Puskás Arena in Budapest. Throw-in goes forward in towards the path of Cristante, but the ball goes out of play for a Sevilla throw. It's going to be taken on the left hand side. Rakitic is going to leave it for Alex Tellez to take, who plays it back in towards the path of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Forward it goes into the middle and in towards the possession of Bade. Forward it goes. Tellez looking to find Lamela. Lamela loses out. One back though by Sevilla on the halfway. Rakitic with the last touch, and so he'll go out for a Roma throw on the right side. 63 on the clock. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 in the Europa League final on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Throw to be taken on the right hand side. One back by Sevilla. Tellez does well to keep it in play, but it's one back by Roma. Dinked down by Abraham. Pellegrini in the middle, had free up against him. Offloads it out towards the left hand side and into the path of Pellegrini. Midway inside the Sevilla half, he's got both Campos and Navas up against him, and Navas manages to get there first, and then manages to deflect the ball back off of Spinazzola, and so it'll go out of play for Sevilla thrown on the right hand flank. Coming up towards the midway point of the second half. 63.5 minutes gone. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 in this Europa League final. Only 3 finals have gone beyond 90 minutes and only 2 penalty shootouts, but 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 moving forward, looking to change that fact, but he couldn't quite. He pulled a possession of the football, and so Sevilla move their way forward beyond the halfway, but it's one back by Roma. It's getting a little bit cagey now. Long ball forward, I'm going to find Abraham, but again it's one back by Sevilla. Neither side really keeping possession for long spells. And Abraham down on the deck. Roma want the ball put out of play. But Sevilla play on, and now Roma play on. Abraham back on his feet as they move their way forward, and then 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 goes to ground, and it's a free kick to Roma, and the Roma bench again suddenly get back up on their feet, and the Giallorossi players surround the referee. Mourinho making his feelings felt towards Anthony Taylor. There's probably no love lost between them two, and they're wondering what on earth's going on. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 gesticulating to the bench because he's found himself in the book. And suddenly this game, which is boiling up for the brilliance on the pitch, may well be boiling over because of a couple of hot heads. Even Rakitic also finding himself in the book as you see scuffles from both sets of players, and there's bookings as well on both technical areas. It's just got a little bit scrappy, a little bit messy, a little bit unsavoury. Rakitic getting booked for the foul on 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, and then 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 getting booked for the protest, and Mourinho, perhaps unsurprisingly, making his feelings known. So Roma with a free kick after all of that quabbling and squabbling. It's going to be Pellegrini to take on the right hand side, 15 yards inside the Sevilla half. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 in the Europa League final here from the Puskás Arena in Budapest on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. It's going to be Pellegrini to take. Right foot in swing from the right hand side towards the back post. It's flicked on! It's Abraham! It's an excellent save from the keeper. It's pinballed around the area, and it's bundled wide by Ibanez when it looked like perhaps it would have been easier to score. Pellegrini with a free kick in, right footed, and it caused absolute chaos inside that penalty area. It pinballed its way around the box before it then dropped for Ibanez, who couldn't get a clean strike on goal. It's a tame effort at best. All he had to do was put it on target and it would have been 2-1. But he could only trickle the effort wide. How big an opportunity is that going to be in the end of proceedings? 67 minutes gone. Sevilla 1, Roma 1, and it's going to be the end of the evening for Paulo Dybala. Didn't expect him to have any role in this final. If he was, it's going to be a small bit part one, but he got the opener for Roma, 10 minutes on time in the first half, and he's going to be replaced by Gigi Wijnaldum. We have 23 minutes of normal time to play. So Dybala's evening is over. Goal scorer made it 12 for the season with that strike. How important could it be in the end game? Stan will be heading to extra time. Remember, if it's level after 90 minutes, extra time, then penalties will decide the final of the Europa League in 2023. Meanwhile here, so we're looking to move their way forward on the left-hand side. It's cut up by 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. So Sevilla with a throw on the left-hand flank as they move their way forward. It's into the possession of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, and it's moved out towards the right-hand side. And it goes in towards the path of Ocampos. It goes out to Navas now on the right side. Cross goes into the area. Falls towards the edge of the box, but cleared away by Roma in the end to look to move bodies forward. But it's only going to find its way back into the foot of Alex Telles for Sevilla. Fernando goes out towards the far right hand side and in towards the path for Suso as a cross goes into the area, flicked on but flicked out of play in the end by Ocampos. 69 minutes on the clock. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 in this Europa League final on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Well, Sevilla have faced Italian sides in two previous UEFA finals. They lost 3-1 to AC Milan in Monaco in the 2007 UEFA Super Cup, but got the better of Inter 3-2 in the 2020 Europa League final, which we've spoken about throughout the course of the evening, as Cristante goes to ground, fouled by Fernando on the right-hand side, just beyond the halfway for Roma, much to discuss Jose Luis Mendilibar. 20 minutes to go in Budapest. This Europa League final finally poised. Sevilla 1, Roma 1. We may be heading into next goals win territory. We may be heading to extra time. Matic through the middle, plays it out towards Abraham, who's looking to play the ball back into the path of Wijnaldum. Now Sevilla look to break beyond the halfway. This is Lamela, the ex-Roma man, looking to find options out towards the left. It goes back into the path of Rakitic. This is now Suso for Sevilla, played out into the path of Fernando. This is Navas on the right-hand side, looking to get the cross into the penalty. It goes back into the path of Ocampos. Back it goes towards Navas again. Ocampos into the path of Fernando, and now this is Miguel, and now out to Ivan Rakitic. Played in for the middle. Rakitic again, 20 minutes to play. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 on the Flash Score Live Audio Commentary Service. This is Ocampos on the right-hand side. Moves it infield in towards the path of Suso. And it goes. Cross goes in by Navas. Cleared away before finding Tellez on the edge of the area. Has a strike on the volley. Comes off of Kelic, and it goes out of play for a Sevilla corner. And Tellez trying to rile up the Sevilla supporters who are behind the goal to the left. 19 minutes to go. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 here in the Europa League final on the Flash Score Live Audio Commentary Service. Corner to be taken, right side. It's going to be a left-footed in-swinging delivery towards the near post. Looking to find a Nesri, headed away by Roma. It's going to be picked up by Navas, the Sevilla skipper. Along the right-hand channel it goes. This is Suso, who goes to ground underneath the challenger Spinazzola, and it's going to be a free kick to Sevilla. 71.5 minutes played. Sevilla 1, Roma 1. It's going to be the Andalusians with a free kick on the right-hand side, right out on that right-hand touchline. Again, around about 25 to 30 yards from goal. Right on that touchline, it's in a decent enough position to try and whip it into the penalty area as Rui Patricio, the Roma goalkeeper, tries to lay up the instructions for the wall. It's going to be Suso to take. It's going to be a left-footed in-swinger from the right-hand side. Sevilla 1, Roma 1, 72 minutes gone. Left-footed in-swinging free kick from him to the back post. It nearly dropped for Lamela, but it's cleared away by Roma. After the initial ball was headed away. And the referee blows up for a free kick. Free kick goes in, and Campos finds himself in an offside position as he looked to attempt to play the ball, and it actually comes off his arm. And so free kick to Roma. 73 minutes on the clock, 17 minutes to go. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 here in the Europa League final on the Flash Score Live Audio Commentary Service. Ball launched over the top in towards a penalty. Looking to find Abraham, but it's going to be mopped up by Bueno between the sticks for Sevilla, who plays it out towards his right-hand side. This is the skipper Navas in possession here for Sevilla, who's got Wijnaldum for company. Plays it back in towards the path of Bade. Forward it goes in towards Suso on the half. Two up against him. Out it goes towards Rakitic. Roma going to be waiting another change into the second. Andrea Bellotti to come on, but Sevilla move their way down this left-hand channel. Teller's moving his way forward, but prior to that, Lamela went down on the deck, and the referee's going to pull play back for that free kick, and it's going to be a yellow card for Zeki Celic, the latest player to go into Anthony Taylor's notebook. And as far as Roma players in the book's concerned, that now makes it 5 currently on the field with a yellow card. As for Sevilla, even Rakitic in the book, but one of their substitutes, Rafa Mir, was booked for a first half altercation in the dugout as Tammy Abraham's evening draws to a close. He's the player who's going to make way for Bellotti with 16 minutes to go. Meanwhile here, Sevilla with a free kick on the left-hand side, 30 yards from goal. It's going to be swung in by Rakitic's right boot. It's a crossfield free kick. Back it goes into the path of Suso on the right side, and straight from the free kick they go back towards the halfway. This is Suso in towards the path of Navas. And it goes again. Suso on the right-hand side, driving forward down that flank. Just over a quarter of an hour to play. Lamela. Suso again, edge of the box, inside the area. It goes. And inside the area it goes towards Campos, who goes to ground. And Sevilla have a penalty. The Roma players surround Anthony Taylor. Jose Mourinho is convinced it's the wrong call. But Sevilla, with a quarter of an hour to go, have got a golden opportunity here to put their noses in front. It's Campos who drives his way forward. It's him up against Ibanez. Ibanez looking to get the ball, but he also gets a bit of the man as well. And in the eyes of Anthony Taylor, that's enough to warrant a penalty call. VAR, of course, will have a look at this. And he is being instructed to head over to the monitor. And in amongst the melee betwixt the two dugouts, Michael Oliver, the fourth official, acting as temporary steward, so Anthony Taylor can run towards the monitor in the dugout. They claim his decision. Reminder that Stuart Atwell is the VAR this evening, and Anthony Taylor walks back from his VAR review area, heads onto the fields, and does not give the penalty. He overturns the decision. He says Ibanez gets the ball. A sigh of relief for the whole of the Giallorossi. Sevilla thought they may have got their moment there. And boy, is that going to be a talking point, regardless of the outcome of this game. Mourinho said it wasn't enough for a penalty, and VAR said that he was right. 13 minutes plus stoppage time to go in this second half. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 in the Europa League final on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. It's Sevilla who pick up possession on the left-hand side, brought forward by Hajeld. I'm going to play in Enesri, who's actually had quite a quiet afternoon up top for Sevilla. Just waiting for that one opportunity, it feels, just to fall towards him. Sevilla with possession just beyond the halfway. It's up in the air now, brought down though by Lamela on the left hand side, moving his way forward. "12 minutes of normal time to play. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service in the final of the 2023 UEFA Europa League from Budapest. Finally poised as his final as Roma find themselves in possession in the middle of the field. Cristante, forward it goes, flicked on by Ronaldo, looking to find Bellotti. Goes out towards the left hand side. Ronaldo again, back inside their own half. They go, switching it out towards Mancini on the right. Crossfield ball over the top, looking to find Bellotti, flicked away. It was him and Pellegrini both looking for that particular header, and it's cleared away by Sevilla, looking to find Lamela, but Mancini does well to stop the supply line, and them two have a little bit of a battle as they go out the field, and then Mancini has a little bit of a swipe at Lamela. It was a bit of a 6.5 and half of one of the other, and Mancini gets the free kick, and the pair shake hands and just say, well, we both gave it as good a go as one another, and the referee's given the decision that he's given. Well, we expected this game to be competitive. It's most certainly been the case. Well, we've got actually a bit of an unwanted record against Spanish clubs. They've only won 2 of their last 12 UEFA matches against and drawing 3, losing 7. But one of those they will remember quite nicely. It was a 3-0 win against Barcelona to overturn a 4-1 first leg deficit in the quarter-finals of the 2017-18 Champions League, even on the away goals. So Sevilla move their way forward. Ocampos on the right-hand side. Cross goes in. Headed away by Smalling inside the area, but Sevilla will go again. This is Suso. Cross goes in from the right-hand side. Only half cleared by Smalling. Picked up by Rakitic. Forward towards Nesri, who goes down inside the area. Anthony Taylor tells him to get up. And Sevilla will see the ball go out of play for a Roma throw out on the left-hand side. 10 minutes to go here in Budapest. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 in the Europa League final here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Roma pump the ball forward on the left-hand side. Looking to find Belotti. It's him up against Bade. He wins the battle of the wits, but it is Roma who win the throw. On the left-hand side, adjacent to the edge of the penalty area. It's going to be Spinazzola to take. Plays it back into the path of Matic. Moves forward. We're going to chip it over the top of his left foot, and he finds Spinazzola, who's going to get the crossing on his right. He's got Navas for company on the edge of the box. Goes back towards Matic. Third time cross in. Appeals for a handball. Waved away by the referee. VAR will have a look at this, but Roma bring the ball down, and it's going to be a free kick as Iberev looked to move his way forward, then was clipped from behind. Roma have a free kick, but they think they should have more. They think they should have a penalty. And the Roma players surround the referee once again. It's feeling like a common occurrence for Anthony Taylor as Matic's cross was swung in. And the entirety of that Roma bench come piling out. And then Jimenez brought down under the challenge of Rakitic, just clipping him as he moved his way forward. And VAR are having a look at this potential penalty call. And once again, Anthony Taylor is heading pitch side, but I believe the check is over and that there's not going to be a penalty given, I don't believe. That's what the VAR monitor has told us. Check over. Michael Oliver is heading towards the touch. It's heading over to the referee, heading over to the touchline. Yellow card for someone on the Roma bench for a bit of misbehaviour. Reaching boiling point in this game. I believe as the ball went into the penalty area, it's hit the left arm of Fernando for Sevilla. It does clutch the left arm, but they're saying that it's in a natural position. VAR don't think it's a clear and obvious error from the referee. Indeed, if it was, it's thought that it was an unintentional handball and he couldn't do anything because it was natural body position. But Roma do get the second best prize of a free kick in an opportune position. 7.5 minutes to play of normal time here in Budapest. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service in the Europa League final. Free kick chipped over the top. Towards Spalletti! They played it quick, but it's played wide. That was almost a golden training ground free kick routine paying off to the hill. Quickly chipped over the top by Pellegrini in towards the path of Belotti, the substitute, but he couldn't quite get a clean effort on his left foot. Can't cleanly strike it through the laces. They're saying that Bonu in the Sevilla goal got a touch to it, and it actually does look like he got a fingertip to it, but the decision on field was a goal kick. Sevilla launched the ball forward again. One back by Matic, who turns past two in the middle, inside his own half, played out into the path of Cristante. Back it goes to Mancini, whose own goal level proceedings 10 minutes after the restart, after Paulo Dybala gave Roma the lead as Mancini's brought to the ground, hoisted to the deck, 10 yards out from the edge of his half. Six minutes left of normal time. Sevilla 1, Roma 1. Are we going to have late drama, or are we going to have drama late into the night? Free kick from Mancini taken forward. Flicked away for finding Belotti. Picked up by Sevilla. Fernando towards Rakitic. That comes off of the referee, Anthony Taylor. So he's going to stop play and allow for the drop ball. So his touch doesn't give an unfair sway one way or another. Well, take your pick as to who's going to win from here, because this has been an absorbing final. here at the 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 Arena. It's been pretty much a game of cat and mouse from minute one. This is 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 for Sevilla, plays it in towards the middle, into the path of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, who had company. Was back in towards the path of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 between the sticks for Sevilla. Forward it goes on this right hand side. One back though by Roma. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 looking to move his way forward, but one back by 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 looking to play it forward now in towards the path of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷. Moves out towards the right, midway inside the half. Instead he's going to have a striker goal. Takes a deflection on 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. It comes off of the head in the end of Roger Ibanez, and out of play it goes for a Sevilla corner on the right hand side. It's going to be taken from the right flank, so be right footed, swung in, headed away by Chris Smalling, one back by Navas, and now this is Alex Tellez in the middle, switching it out towards the left hand side, headed back in towards the path of Navas. Cross goes into the penalty area, in towards En-Nesyri, who's looking to head it across towards 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷, headed away, one back though by Sevilla and by 𝓳𝓸𝓲. This is Tellez. Fernando, 10 yards inside the Roma half. At it goes to the right hand side into Navas. At it goes towards the right flank again, looking to get the cross in Sevilla through Ocampos. And he wins his side of throw adjacent to the edge of the penalty on the right flank. That's Navas. Ocampos again. He's got Ibanez for company, looking to get the cross in. Comes off of the Roma defender, and it's going to be a throw in to Sevilla here on the right hand side. 3.5 minutes to play. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. It's going to be Ocampos to take this throw in on the right hand side for Sevilla. Ocampos with the throw on the right hand side. Looking to launch it long in towards the penalty area. In it goes towards the near post, headed away. Now Roma look to break at the other end, but it's going to be one back by Sevilla. 87.5 minutes gone. Sevilla 1, Roma 1. 2.5 minutes of normal time plus stoppage time to find a winner inside the allotted 90 minutes. If not, it will be extra time and then penalties to decide the winner of the 2023 UEFA Europa League final. Ball on the right hand side for Sevilla again. One back though by Roma. This is Belotti. Pellegrini on the halfway, driving forward. Going to get the better of two. Shits it out towards the right hand side and into the path of Celic. Crossfield ball from right to left, but one back by Sevilla on the halfway. Picked up again though by Roma. Cristante goes all the way back to Rui Patricio between the sticks. Plays out short to the right and to Mancini. Forward beyond the halfway. One back by 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷, but not convincingly, so it has to go back to the keeper as Belotti keeps close chase. And so it goes back to 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷, and out it goes in towards the path of Bade for Sevilla. Into his path again. 90 seconds of normal time in this second period to play. Is someone going to be a hero in the next few minutes, or are we going to be heading to extra time? Tellez with the ball on the left hand side inside his own half. Elects to go back to the keeper, playing it out from the back. They go to Bade on the right hand side, driving forward beyond the halfway. This is Navas in possession, looking for options up the field. Chips it over the top along the line towards the edge of the area. Inside the area it goes. This is Ocampos, who's looking to thread it through into the path of En-Nesyri, but Smalling watches that go out for a goal kick. Jose Mourinho pondering his options, pondering what he can do in normal time and if it goes to extra time, what the plan will be from there. "30 seconds of normal time to go. Sevilla 1, Roma 1. Patricio with a goal kick forward beyond the halfway, flicked on by Fernando, heeled back in towards the path of Lamela. One back by Roma on this right side, but the ball will go out of play for a Sevilla throw. And now we're in the arms of the fourth official, who on his board said 6 minutes to be added on at the end of the second half here. Sevilla 1, Roma 1. Paolo Dybala giving the Italian side the lead after 35 minutes, and then Gianluca Mancini 10 minutes after the restart scoring an own goal to level up proceedings. Only the second own goal in the history of the Europa League final. Romelu Lukaku getting the other one for Inter Milan against Sevilla 3 years ago. If it goes to extra time, this will be only the third final that's ever done that in 14 editions. The first ever one did, Atletico Madrid getting the better of Fulham by 2-1, and then the last two finals have gone all the way to penalty kicks. Villarreal edging out Manchester United, Rangers beating Eintracht Frankfurt, and then Sevilla won Europa League on penalties by beating Benfica from the penalty spots in 2014. They're looking to do it in 90 here, and the ball goes forward into the path of Suso on the right hand side. Heavy first touch, but recovers. Ocampos to Suso, cross goes in towards En-Nesyri. Header goes over the bar, and any opportunity now will feel like a golden opportunity to win it. It was excellent patient play on the right hand side for Sevilla. The cross goes in by Suso towards En-Nesyri at the near post. He also had Lamela alongside, and maybe Lamela was possibly in a better position to header that ball. Regardless, his header flew over the top of Rui Patricio's crossbar. Just under 2 minutes of the 6 added on at the end of the second half played. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 in the Europa League final on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Rakitic heads it back. It's cleared away by 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰. It goes out of play for Roma throwing on the right hand side, midway inside their own half. One chance should be enough, you feel, in this scenario. It's going to be Selic, who's been so influential on this right hand side for Roma in this game, to take the throw in beyond the half into Sevilla territory. One back though by Lamela. It goes out towards Ocampos and to Navas, who has moved all the way back now for Sevilla. He's been moved back one, as Lamela and Suso have been allowed to push up one. This is Rakitic. Forward it goes along the left hand side. One back though by Roma in the middle of their half. Cristante looking to keep it in play, but he couldn't quite on the right flank as they attacked, so it'll go out for a throw in on Sevilla's left. Half of the 6 minutes added on at the end of the second half have been played. It's Sevilla 1, Roma 1, both sides pushing and probing for what feels like a winner in this Europa League final. The ball with Sevilla on the right side and Ocampos. One back by Roma, but it's going to be a free kick because Ocampos handled the ball. The ball was being cleared away by Roma, and maybe it could be their turn to see if they can provide some late drama. It's going to be even there over this free kick, and in fact he's going to leave it for the goalkeeper Rui Patricio to take. 2.5 minutes of stoppage time remain. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 in the Europa League final on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Patricio with a long kick forward. It's flicked on by Cristante. This is Belotti. Cristante looks to play it out into the path of Spinazzola. It's cleared away by Sevilla on the right. Picked up again on the half by Ibanez. Out to the left and to Matic. 10 yards inside Roma territory. Plays it along the line towards Spinazzola. Looking to back kill it into the path of Wijnaldum. And it's cleared away by Sevilla. It's going to be a Roma throw on the left hand side towards the edge of the half. Pretty much aligned to the centre circle. For the 6 minutes added on at the end of the second half played. Sevilla 1, Roma 1. Both sides going for the juggler. Both sides are going to get it 1 in the 90. The throw goes forward towards Belotti. Flicked away. Pellegrini couldn't quite pick it up. It's headed along the line by 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. And this is Hnavas clears it away towards the halfway. And picked up by Lamela, who goes sprinting on this right-hand side. It's him up against Ibanez. And he goes to ground. But the free kick goes in Roma's direction. Taken quickly by Ibanez. Out towards the left-hand side, moving forward is Spinazzola, but one back by Seville on the right-hand side. It's end-to-end, right at the very end. Both sides throwing the kitchen sink at it. It's a heavy first touch by Lamela. Smalling steps out to win back possession, and Sevilla build their way forward again through the middle. And this is through 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷. This is Tellez on the left-hand side, driving down that flank. He's got 2 Roma defenders up against him. A minute of stoppage time to play. Rakitic switching it from left to right, and it's brought down first time by 𝓲𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 on this right-hand flank. Around about 25 from goal. Steps inside, has a go at goal! Spilled by the keeper, Enesri. Plays it along the line towards Lamela. He has a strike at goal. That takes deflection. It falls to Fernando, who has an effort on his right foot, strikes it through his laces, but he can only strike it wide of goal. The 35-year-old nearly made himself a hero. The original effort spilled by Patricio. Roma managed to smother it away in the end before Fernando has an effort on goal. Strikes it side-footedly and couldn't get a clean enough effort. And is that the last chance, the final effort inside normal time? Because the clock is about to strike 6 minutes in stoppage time. Sevilla 1, Roma 1, and as Patricio launches the ball forward, the whistle goes. And so the 2022-23 UEFA Europa League final is going to be decided beyond the allotted 90 minutes. It was Paulo Dybala who gave Roma the lead after 35 minutes. They went into the break a goal up, but 10 minutes after the restart, an own goal by Gianluca Mancini level proceedings at 1 apiece. And that is how things are going to lie as we head into extra time, which is going to be live with you here on the Flash Score live audio commentary service momentarily. Do stick with us. And so extra time and maybe even penalties is going to decide the fate of the UEFA Europa League in 2023. Sevilla and Roma couldn't be split after normal time. One apiece after 90 minutes. And so we go into overtime in Budapest. It's going to be Roma over the kickoff. They're going to be attacking left to right in the first period of extra time. They've made a change as well. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 has come on for 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Anthony Taylor just double checking that everybody's ready. We're most certainly ready. And we are underway for extra time in the 14th UEFA Europa League final. Level after 90 minutes. Sevilla 1, Roma 1. What's going to give in an extra 30 minutes? And remember, if the scores stay level, we will head to penalty kicks to decide who is going to win the 2023 Europa League final. Ball played forward, flicked on by Ronaldo. Ronaldo picked up by Spinazzola, losing the penalty here towards the back stick. Flicked away before finding Belotti, and now Sevilla look to move their way forward. Out it goes into the path of Ocampos on this right-hand side. Forward it goes through the middle. In towards the path of Suso on the half. No changes for Sevilla as we enter extra time here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. The ball in the possession of Fernando. 5 yards inside Roma territory. Out to the right into Suso. Goes back into the path of Navas, who's been so influential on the right-hand side for Sevilla this afternoon. Goes into the path of Suso, who's got two up against him. So just moves the ball back a few yards before then going back into the path of Bade. Along the line towards Hrdlić for Sevilla. Out to the left and to Alex Tellez, who is being forced back by Belotti, and so it'll go back into the path of Brodu in the Sevilla goal. Bade again. 90 seconds into this extra time period. Sevilla 1, Roma 1. Ball played forward beyond the halfway in towards the path of Nesri. Cleared away though by Roma, but picked up in the middle by Spinazzola, but it's a heavy touch, and referee has actually put the flag up for offside. Only the fourth Europa League final to have gone beyond 90 minutes. Last season's going to penalties. Eintracht Frankfurt beating Rangers from the spot. And we're going to be heading there again. This is Suso for Sevilla. Play back into the path of Bade. And it goes in towards the path of Suso again, right-hand side, just beyond the half. He's got Spinazzola for company. Look at spin past Spinazzola, but Roma man concedes a free kick. So 2.5 minutes of extra time played. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 in the Europa League final. Ball chipped forward on the left-hand side for Sevilla. In towards the path of Tellez on the left-hand side. Over the top it went, but too heavy, and it goes out of play. And it's going to be a Roma goal kick. Just a reminder, you have just joined us. It was Paolo Dybala in the 35th minute who gave Roma the lead in this final, before Gianluca Mancini scored an own goal 10 minutes after the restart to draw things level. And, well, as you could probably expect in these circumstances, cramp's going to become a little bit of an issue, and it looks as if Alex Tellez may well be the first player to suffer that fate, and because of that it looks like he is about to come off here. The only change from that semi-final winning side in the second leg against Juventus, that was due to suspension, and the suspension of Marcos Acuna. And it's going to be a couple of changes. Also coming on is going to be Gonzalo Montiel, as well as Karim Rekic. And coming off is going to be Jesus Navas and the aforementioned Alex Tellez. So both of them coming off 4 minutes into first half extra time here at the Puskás Arena in Budapest, which is the 14th different city to stage a Europa League final in 14 years of the competition. It's already hosted a UEFA final. That was the 2020 UEFA Super Cup, which Sevilla lost in extra time to Bayern Munich by 2-1, and they'll be hoping that history will not repeat itself on this particular occasion. Now, that trend of different venues hosting finals will come and go next year, because the Aviva Stadium in Dublin will host the final for a second time, 13 years after hosting it the first time in 2007, when Porto got the better of Braga in an all-Portuguese final. Meanwhile here, 1-1 between Sevilla and Roma, and a Spanish and Italian affair. Wijnaldum in the middle, plays it out towards the right-hand side. And towards the edge of the area, it's the substitute 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Inside the air, has a crack at goal, comes off of Rakitic in the end. One back by Cristante on the right-hand side towards the edge of the area. Him up against Lamela, who tried to stand him up, but Roma find themselves in possession on this right-hand side again. Matic plays it back in towards the path of Ibanez on the centre circle, and it goes again towards Matic, who's covered pretty much every blade of grass this evening, and it goes towards the right hand side again, forward by the substitute 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Ball goes in towards the penalty area, out of play it goes, last touch coming off of Ivan Rakitic, who now takes over the captain's armband, and it's going to be a corner to Roma here. Cristante looking to get the cross in, but Rakitic getting the last touch, stopping that cross in its tracks. And so, corner kick to Roma on the right-hand side. It's going to be taken by the captain, Lorenzo Pellegrini. 6 minutes into the first period of extra time. Sevilla 1, Roma 1. Right-footed in swing from the right-hand side towards the penalty spot. Headed away by Bade, but it's going to be picked up by Matic. Went about 25 yards. That looks to move out towards his left, but the supply line being blocked off, and so Suso stopping it in his tracks, and it looks like potentially... Well, I was wondering for a second there was going to be another change, but in fact it goes out for a Roma throw. 6.5 minutes gone of extra time. Sevilla 1, Roma 1. Spinazzola plays it back towards the halfway and towards the path of Smalling, who may well in turn go back to Rui Patricio between the sticks. Selects against that. Long ball forward, crossfield from the middle out towards the left, flicked on by Sevilla. And now one back by Ocampos in towards the middle into Suso. Driving through the middle now is Ivan Rakitic towards the edge of the box where Lamela is there. Lamela plays it back in towards the path of Suso, out towards the left-hand side and in towards the path of the substitute Rekic. Fernando, Rekic again. Belotti steps out temporarily. And it goes in towards the path of Montiel. Now Bade again along the line toward Houdelj. Short towards Rakitic. Houdelj again. Bade 10 yards inside the Roma half. Plays out towards the right hand side in towards the path of Montiel. Cross goes in by Suso. Flicked away by Smalling before finding Ocampos. The ball goes out of play. Sevilla throw. Right hand side. Round about 35 yards from goal. Round about 10 yards inside Roma territory. It goes back though all the way to Bonu between the sticks for Sevilla. 8 minutes of extra time played here in the final of the 2023 UEFA Europa League. It's Sevilla 1, Roma 1 here at the Puskás Arena in Budapest, and you're listening to live commentary here courtesy of the Flash Score live audio commentary service. This is Fernando, played across in towards the path of Houdelj. Played out towards the left-hand side. Inside Roma territory it goes. 10 yards inside it. Goes out in towards the path of Ocampos, who switched sides. On back by who else but Nemanja Matic. Cleared away by Spinazzola. And back on the halfway by Bade. Out of play it goes. It's going to be a throw into Roma on the left-hand side. 9 minutes of extra time played. It's Sevilla 1, Roma 1 here in the Europa League final on the Flash Score live audio commentary service. The clock striking late here in the United Kingdom. In fact, just having a look at passes completed in this final. Sevilla 452 compared to Roma's 208. And if you think it's late in the United Kingdom, well, out in Budapest, it is much, much later, an hour in front. So it's 11:15 this final stretching into, and the final is stretching into its 100th minute. Sevilla 1, Roma 1, and it just feels like nothing is budging between these two sides at the minute. Both sides cancelling each other out. Roma picking up possession on the left-hand side. Spinazzola towards the edge of his own half. Matic moving side up against Ocampos. Plays it along the line in towards the path of Mancini. Crossfield ball from right to left in towards the penalty area. It's brought down by Belotti. One back by Ronaldo, but picked up again by Sevilla, who drive through the middle with Ocampos. This is the 101st minute. It's the 11th minute of extra time, or the first period of extra time. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 as they drive their way up the left-hand flank with Eric Lamela. Played out in towards the path of Rekic. This is Fernando. Midway inside Roma territory. Played back to Rakitic, who takes over the armband. Bade, out it goes to the right-hand side. This is Montiel. Spinazzola trying to stand him up. The ball goes back. This is Sevilla with possession now on the left-hand side. This is Lamela driving forward, moving inside. I'm going to get it inside the penalty area. One back by Matic, though, who then goes to ground and then wins his side a free kick. It was him up against Suso. A little bit of a tug of the shirt there, and it brings Matic down to the floor. And so free kick to Roma, just outside their own penalty area, just to alleviate some of the pressure that was building over the last couple of minutes. And at this point, any kind of breather they can get, that any side can get in this particular moment in time, would be absolutely golden. Nemanja Matic coming back on his feet. The 34-year-old played for Jose Mourinho at Chelsea and Manchester United before signing for Roma. He's been a stalwart in this side this season. It's his 35th appearance of the season in what's been a heavily rotated Jose Mourinho side in the 2022-23 campaign. Ball goes out of play, going to be throw into Roma. Smalling going to play the ball forward. The last touch coming off of Rekic. It's going to be a throw on the right-hand side, which is going to be taken by the substitute 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, the 21-year-old. Play back towards the halfway, in towards the path of Ibanez. Driving forward, played out in towards the path of Spinazzola on the left-hand side. 10 yards inside Roma territory. Moves in towards the middle. Gets a bit over Campos. Spinazzola looking to play in Wijnaldum, but he can read the pass. But it's one back by Pellegrini, not before he puts the ball out of play. And it's going to be a Sevilla throw on the right-hand side, midway inside his own half, as Jose Mourinho looks at possibly making a couple of changes at maybe half-time and extra time, or maybe just a tad bit before. Well, it's 2.5 minutes to go until half-time in extra time. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 in the Europa League final here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Sevilla in possession. It's Rodeld in possession. Played out in towards the path of Bade, and this is now Montiel. Back it goes to Bade again. Now into back to Bonu between the sticks for Sevilla. And it goes again towards the left-hand side. Good yield again, but when we're doing a good job of pressing and just putting a sting in the tail of Sevilla moving forward. This is Montiel. Forward it goes into the path of Campos, who gets a better Spinazzola. Cross goes in for the right-hand side. Looking to find Enesri at the back stick, but it's a heavy cross in truth, and it's going to trickle its way all the way out of play. And it's going to be a throw into Roma on the right-hand flank, and it's nervy times for all in amongst the crowds here at the Puskás Arena in Budapest. 61,000 the capacity for this particular arena. Opened in 2019 for an international between Hungary and Uruguay. It's actually hosting part of the Guns N' Roses World Tour this summer. Just over a minute of the first half of extra time to play though here. Sevilla 1, Roma 1. Both teams, well, just going for the motions a little bit. The tiredness and the fatigue of extra time now really is beginning to kick in after what was a frantic and frenetic 90 minutes here in the Hungarian capital. Ball goes out of play. It's going to be a Roma throw on the left flank. Sevilla pick up the possession with Bade. Out it goes in towards the path of Montiel on the right-hand side. This is Suso looking to move inside. He's got Spinazzola for company. And it goes back in towards the possession of Bade. 30 seconds of the first half of extra time to go. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 in Budapest. Moving infield is Suso. He's got Lamela just in front of him, but Suso manages to draw in the foul. And it's going to be a yellow card for the substitute 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, who in a few minutes of coming on is going to find himself in the book, coming on at the beginning of extra time for Zeki Celic, who was impressive on that right-hand side for Roma during the game. And so Sevilla on this left-hand side from the free kick towards the edge of the box towards Rekic, on back by Matic, and it goes out of play. It's going to be a Sevilla corner. 2 minutes added on at the end of the first half of extra time here in Budapest. Sevilla with a corner on the left-hand side as they move forward, as Jose Mourinho scribbles in some tactical sheets. Maybe that will be used in the next couple of minutes as the coins get pelted down upon Ivan Rakitic from the Roma fans that occupy the goal to the right. It's going to be Rakitic to take the corner. Right foot in swinger towards the back stick. Looking to find a Nesri, but it trickles all the way out of play for a goal kick as empty disposed beer pint cups are thrown at Ivan Rakitic. That's the sort of scenes we don't want to see. We don't mind full-blooded support, but there's lines that you don't want to cross, and maybe one or two across there. A minute of the two added on at the end of the first period of extra time have been played. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service in this dramatic UEFA Europa League final. Sevilla looking for a 7th title in this competition. Roma looking for back-to-back European triumphs after winning the Europa Conference League last season. Mourinho looking for back-to-back European titles. Looking for a 6th title in all. Ball goes out of play. It's going to be a Roma throw on the left-hand side, midway inside Sevilla territory, with 20 seconds of the opening period of extra time left to play. Deadlocked at one apiece here with a 𝓲𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 in Bucharest. It's going to be Spinazzola to take the throw-in. He's got Wijnaldum just a bit further forward. He's got a couple of other options short, including Pellegrini. Instead it goes short into the path of Belotti. But that is your lot for the first half of extra time, and well, as you perhaps expected after a frantic 90 minutes, the sting of the tail was just offloaded a little bit in that first period of extra time, and so 15 more minutes of in play to go, and if it stays this way we'll be heading to penalty kicks. Half time in extra time. Sevilla 1, Roma 1. And so the final rolls of the dice before penalties, and it's going to be 2 changes for Jose Mourinho's Roma. Lorenzo Pellegrini to be replaced by Stefan 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, and Leonardo Spinazzola to be replaced by Diego Llorente, the 29-year-old. So we're about to get underway in the second half of extra time here at the 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 Arena in Budapest. And if you've just joined us, well, you've missed one heck of a Europa League final, but you may have just joined us at the perfect time. It's Sevilla 1, Roma 1, and we're into the second half of extra time. 15 minutes of match play to go, and if we're still level, we'll be going to the dreaded penalty kicks. So back underway for the second half. Sevilla in possession, attacking right to left in this second period. In their white shirts, white shorts, black stockings. Roma in their red shirts, red shorts, red stockings. The ball goes out of play. It's going to be a Sevilla throw-in on this left-hand side. It's going to be taken by Rekic, who came on during extra time. Back into the path of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, and it goes back to Bruno between the sticks for Sevilla. Rekic, forward it goes along that left line. Rekic again, steps inside through the middle. It goes out in towards the path of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Left-hand side, edge of the box. Cross goes in, takes a deflection en route, enough to take the sting out of the tail. Rakitic manages though to pick it up loosely, and it goes out to the path of Bade. Along the line and out it goes in towards the path of Montiel. We're going to get the cross in, but goes out of play. Last touch coming off of 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. And it goes out of play for corner kick to Sevilla. Minute into the second half extra time. Taken quickly on this right-hand flank. Ball goes in towards the penalty area, towards Ocampos at the near post. Cleared away as far as Gudel has an effort on goal. Strikes it with the right foot, but strikes it well wide of the intended target. And it's clear to see that Jose Luis Mendilibar said just go for the jugular in the second period of extra time. We do not want the lottery of penalty kicks. And who would want the lottery of penalty kicks? Well, the last 2 finals have been decided there. Sevilla have won a final on penalty kicks. They got the better of Benfica in 2014. 4-2 on penalty kicks. We are potentially 13 minutes away from that fate again, and for the 3rd successive year of the Europa League final. 2.5 minutes of extra time in the second period played. Ball looped forward by Roma, goes all the way out of play. It was 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 looking to play the ball forward on the right-hand side in towards the path of Brian Cristante, but neither could read on to one another, so it goes out of play for goal kick to Sevilla. It's in the possession of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 now, and out towards the left-hand side, in towards the path of Rekic. Goes back to Rakitic, and now along the line to 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 again. Goes back to Bruno between the sticks of Sevilla, who may look to go long. Indeed he does, out to the right-hand side. Beyond the halfway it goes. Flicked on by Ocampos, but one back by Smalling. And then picked up again on the halfway, but one back by Lamela, driving through the middle. He's got 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 further forward. Lamela looking to play it out, but the referee pulls play back for a free kick after Lamela brought down Ibanez, and then there was a change a little bit further towards the halfway between Fernando and Matic, and that's the one that the referee has pulled play back on. There's 2 fouls in there, and he's pulled back for the one furthest up the field. And you had Ibanez in on Lamela, and Ibanez is still down on the deck, so he's going to receive treatment from the medical team. And perhaps for both sets of players it's a well overdue drinks break, because there are some tired bodies out on that pitch, as you can imagine. It's been a warm evening in Budapest. Temperatures around about 18 degrees, humidity of around about 63%, and as we reach 11:30 at night here in the Hungarian capital, as Eric Lamela finds herself in the book for that challenge on Ibanez that sees him down on the floor. Will a Cinderella find its way to the ball at the midnight hour here in Budapest? Just some concern here because Ibanez is still down on the deck. Nervous time to wait for both sets of supporters. Roma, who were for a time known as the nearly men of European football, and their record on penalties isn't the best in the world. They've won just one of 4 penalty shootouts in UEFA European competition, which includes a 4-3 shootout defeat to Liverpool in the 1984 European Cup final. Whereas for Sevilla, now they've played 6 penalty shootouts in European competition. They won 5 of them, including that 2014 final win over Benfica. When it comes to European competition and finals, they've only lost one. In their history. As the concern continues to go for Ibanez, it could be the end of his final here. There was a couple of looks being sent over towards the dugout. He wants to continue, that's quite clear to see, but is he going to be allowed to continue? As he gets back up on his feet, there's blood on the top of his lip, and he's going to head off towards the sidelines. Here's Ibanez. 111 minutes played, 9 minutes plus stoppage time in extra time to go. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 in the Europa League final here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. And so play will restart with a 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 free kick, 5 yards out from his penalty area. Beyond the halfway it goes. Deep inside Sevilla territory, inside the area. Belotti looking to get the cross in on the right side. Last touch coming off of Nemanja Hudeld, and it's going to be a corner to Roma here on the right hand side in the 113th minute. Into the 23rd minute of extra time. 7 minutes left to play. It's going to be a corner from the right hand side. It's going to be taken by 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. It's going to be a right-footed in-swinger. The Roma train is deployed towards a penalty spot. It's flicked away, though, at the back post by Sevilla. Lamela looking to begin the Sevilla breakaway. That's not going to happen, and the ball rolls its way all the way back to Rui Patricio in the Roma goal. Forward it goes, beyond the halfway. Flicked on by Cristante, but back it goes all the way to Buonut between the sticks for Sevilla. Out it goes towards the right-hand side, midway inside their own half with Gonzalo Montiel, who's got 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 for company. Towards Bade, along the line to Hudeld, and now in towards Rekic on the left-hand side. Moving beyond halfway is Rakitic towards Nesri. Lamela looking to step in. It was nearly one back there by Rekic, but it's Roma who get possession. 4 from Smalling on the right-hand side. It goes out of play. Roma throw, right side, 10 yards inside the Sevilla half. 6.5 minutes of extra time to play. Penalty kicks look set to be on the horizon in the 2023 Europa League final. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service from the Puskás Arena in Bucharest. Forward the ball goes from the throw-in by 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 on the right-hand side. Looking to find Belotti. Headed out of play, though, by Hudeld. It's going to be a throw-in to Roma on the right side. It's going to be taken by 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰, the substitute. Wijnaldum moves his way in towards the penalty area. The big names move their way into the penalty area, the likes of 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 and co. It's going to be a long one. Matic moves himself in towards the penalty area. It's taken from the right-hand side into the near post by 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰. It's headed away by Sevilla. Picked up by Lamela. Hooked clear by Rakitic towards the half, where it's flicked on by Smalling. Out to the right side it goes. Headed on by Mancini. Flicked on again then by 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰. picked up by Rakitic on the edge of his penalty area, and it goes back to Bono between the sticks for Sevilla. Forward it goes, beyond the halfway in the centre. Ball up in the air, but it's brought down by Lamela, who drives forward now. He's got Suso alongside Lamela. He strikes himself. It was a tame effort, came off of Smalling. It goes out now to Suso on the edge of the area on the left-hand side. Out towards Fernando, switching from the middle out towards the right-hand side. Cross is going to go in for Montiel, in towards the penalty spot. Flicked away again by Chris Smalling. Flicked on by Fernando. And it's going to be brought down by Ivan Rakitic. Out towards the left side. Out towards Suso. 30 yards from goal. Brings it infield up against the challenger Cristante. Out it goes again in towards the path of Bade. And now here come Sevilla again, moving their way through the middle, slowly but surely. Some nice crisp passing, getting their way upfield. This is Lamela, out towards Rakitic on the left-hand side. Crossfield ball from the left towards the right, but it's headed away by Roma, but they're going to pick up possession again, Sevilla, deep inside their own half. It's going to be Bade to start the second prong of the attack for the Spanish side. 4.5 minutes of extra time to go. Sevilla 1, Roma 1. And players stopped here. And it looks like it's Nemanja Matic who's down on the deck, and that might well be the end to his evening. Remember, teams do get an extra sub in extra time, so they go from 5 substitutions to 6. And it looks like the dreaded cramp has come into play. And Matic, who, well, he's covered every single blade of grass this evening. He's been absolutely tremendous towards Roma's efforts of trying to secure a Europa League title a year after winning the Conference League. It's emblazoned on the sleeve of their shirt where the Europa League logo is embroidered on. And the question is, how important the goalkeeper's going to be at this point? One may well be a hero, one may well be a villain. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 missed a decisive penalty in the final 2 years ago against Villarreal. 11-10 Spanish side won on that occasion. And in fact, Roma are looking to add another nation's name on the trophy. They're looking to become only the 8th different club to win the Europa League. The first from Italy. The only Serie A side to previously reach the final was Inter back in 2020. Only 4 countries, Spain with 6 wins, England with 3, Portugal and Germany 1 win apiece, have provided previous winners in this competition. So, here we are again. Sevilla in possession. This is Rakitic looking to, just having a look at his options here, surveying the options. Plays it out towards the right hand side, into the path of Bade. Now into the path of Suso, goes out towards the far right hand side. This is Suso again, brings it infield from that right hand channel, around 15 yards inside Roma territory. Switches it out towards the left hand side into Rekic, and it goes to Lamela. Rekic looking to get the better of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, but the free kick goes in the Roma player's direction, and he has a little bit of a cheeky look there, Rekic, to the referee as to, are you giving a free kick for that? Well, he did. And so 2 minutes of extra time to go before the lottery, that is penalty kicks, decide the winner of the 2023 UEFA Europa League. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Rui Patricio to take this free kick for Roma on the right hand side, and now another Roma player goes down with cramp. It's Matic again who's gone down with cramp, and that's probably going to be that for him now. He's tried his hardest to try and get through the penalties, and now it's really, really kicking off on the touchline. Jose Mourinho is being held back by the substitute goalkeeper Miles Sevilla, and now it's a case of both benches combining together. Michael Oliver having to separate the 2 benches, and it really has kicked off here. A game that was boiling up has boiled over, and Mourinho having a couple of conversations with a couple of the Sevilla players. He is not happy, he is incensed. Anthony Taylor, the referee, has got his yellow card out, and I imagine there's going to be a couple of them on the dugout, and you'd imagine that Jose Mourinho is going to be one of them. Looks like a yellow card for Benjamin 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰, the substitute. for Sevilla. Sorry, for Juan Horden, sorry. Looks like he's going to be in the book. And 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 is going to come on for the final couple of minutes that remain. And he's going to be the one who's going to take the place of Nemanja Matic, who has been a vital cog in the Roma wheel this evening. But it's going to be 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, the 21-year-old. His 22nd appearance for the season comes in the final few minutes of this Europa League final. Nemanja Matic, who has given absolutely everything this evening. And you could just tell he just wanted one more kick of the football. Should have gone the penalties. It looks like it's heading that way. We're into extra time, at the end of extra time, and there's going to be 6 minutes of it. Have you ever seen the like? Picked up by Sevilla and by 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, driving beyond the halfway, and it goes towards the right into the path of Montiel, picked up by Wijnaldum, and now Roma look to go again on this left side. And suddenly that lengthy stoppage time that was shown by Michael Oliver just reignited a fuse within both of these sides. There's a final push now here. Ball played out towards the right hand side, brought down by Ocampos, out of play, last touch coming off of Ocampos, and Diego Llorente wins Roma throw on the left-hand flank. And Jose Mourinho, perhaps unsurprisingly, has found himself in the book after that mini scuffle. Campos on the right-hand side, driving his way forward, around about 25 yards from goal. Ball goes out of play. Last touch for Llorente. And it's going to be Sevilla throw, taken short towards the edge of the box on the right-hand side. Breaking free is 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 inside the area, looking to play it up towards the path of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, cleared away, but the second cross goes in towards the back stick, and 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 heads it down, but straight into the arms of Rui Patricio in the Roma goal. It's an excellent run by Montiel initially, then the second cross goes into the penalty area, and 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 can't quite head it out. It actually looks like it's come off his shoulder, actually. And some of those Roma fans are in tears. Some of them just can't look. Some of them have their head in hands. This is what finals like this does. They can't take any more. It may just well get nervier. Roma have the ball on the right-hand side. It's into the path of Belotti on the edge of the box, and suddenly tempers fraying once again. A little bit of pushing and shoving, and Mourinho's pretty much playing right back on the pitch as Zaluski's pretty much thrown off the pitch by Eric Lamela. Bove looking to get involved in the situation, and it really is boiling over. And yeah, Juan Horden, the Sevilla substitute, getting booked. Lamela just shoving Zaluski away, so it's going to be a free kick to Roma on the right hand side, 25 yards out. Just over 3 minutes of stoppage time to play. Sevilla 1, Roma 1. Zaluski to take free kick, right hand side, going to be a right-footed in-swinger in towards the penalty area. It's swung in, takes a deflection en route, headed away by Sevilla, but it's going to be ball back in second time. Right-footed cross goes in towards Cristante, headed across, doesn't quite drop as Ibanez finds himself on the deck. Appeals for a penalty once again by the Roma players, waved away by the referee. Second appeal of handball, this time given, and this time a free kick as Ibanez and Quedel both on the floor, both up in that clash inside the penalty area, both in that aerial duel, and looks as if it's going to be another yellow card here. It looks like the referee's going to wait for Ibanez and Quedel to get back on their feet before the yellow card's going to be brandished, much to the annoyance of Jose Mourinho. And so both players still down on the floor. Couple more minutes to play here in this Europa League final. Sevilla have never lost in a Europa League or UEFA Cup final. They went back-to-back years in 2006 and 2007. In the current guise of the Europa League, they've beaten Benfica, Dnipro, Liverpool and Inter to lift the trophy, as Gonzalo Montiel is the latest player to go into Anthony Taylor's notebook. And we're heading into extra time at the end of extra time at the end of extra time. 4.5 minutes played of the 6, and we're going to be going deeper into that because both Rudeld and Ibanez have been down for a fair few minutes now, which makes it even more tense for those inside the Puskás Arena here in Budapest. It's fingernail biting territory, it's heart in mouth territory, it's I can't look anymore territory. Ibanez back on his feet. He's going to come off to the near touchline. Rudeld comes back on his feet as well, but he's looking a little more ginger, because if it maybe that challenge took more out of him than it did his Roma counterpart. A reminder, next week we'll have the final of the Europa Conference League, Fiorentina up against West Ham, and then a week Saturday the Champions League final, Manchester City Inter, and then this Saturday the FA Cup final. It's the Manchester derby. Our coverage begins from 10 to 3 here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service for that. The Manchester derby FA Cup final, City against United, is live with us. But our full focus is on these tense last few seconds here at the Puskás Arena in Budapest. It's Sevilla 1, Roma 1 in the UEFA Europa League final. Roma, who took the lead 10 minutes from time in the first half. Paulo Dybala's strike putting them in front, but then were pegged back level 10 minutes into the second period. An own goal by Gianluca Mancini levelling up proceedings. Following that, it's been a fest of yellow cards as Mourinho continues to berate Michael Oliver, who's had kind of a earful, the fourth official, from both sides this evening. Rudeld gets himself back on his feet and he comes trudging off to the near touchline, and he's going to be coming off, and he's going to be replaced by Marcao for final few seconds of actual play time in this Europa League final. We look set to go to penalties unless Roma can score from this free kick or something really dramatic happens in the last few seconds, in the last gasps of this Europa League final. It's been a real chess match. It's been an intriguing affair. Could Roma perhaps give us a fairy tale finale? It's still Rudeld does not come off the pitch, and this is just sending Roma over the edge. He's finally come off towards the near touchline, but I think if he stayed on there any longer, I think that there would have been steam coming out of the ears, and finally Marcao can come on after some confusion. Ibanez off on the near touchline as well, the other player involved in that particular incident. After 3 minutes of sorting out, now we've got Fernando cramping up. Perhaps not a surprise, 35 years of age, playing 120 minutes. But we've now gone the best part of 3.5, nearly 4 minutes now without any play. We've gone beyond added time in extra time, and Juan Jordan's also going to come on here. It's become a little bit farcical, it has to be said at this point. Fernando's going to come off as well. They've made that decision too. Well, that's a bit frenzy, a bit farcical at times, but in the end we've got there, and Roma have this set piece opportunity on the left hand side, around about 30 yards from goal. 6 minutes are meant to be added on. We are 8.5 minutes into added time at the end of extra time here in Budapest. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 in the Europa League final on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Łuski to take this free kick. From the left side, it's going to be a right-footed in-swinger from around about 25-30 yards from goal. Still a couple more minutes to play after this, but Łuski's free kick comes in towards the near post, punched away by Bruno in the Sevilla goal, brought down by Ibanez. Goes to ground under the challenge of Lamela, and now the substitutes are flowing on the pitch as the referee gives a free kick to Roma. They want the yellow cards for Lamela. Ocampos is the latest player to go into the book. It was Lamela with the challenge. Lamela, who's already on a yellow card, so maybe they want him excluded from the penalty-taking shenanigans. And so, is there one final twist in the tail? Can Roma find something right at the very depths, right at the very depth? It's a free kick on the right-hand side, right on the edge of the penalty area. It's 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 to take it. It's going to be a right-footed in-swinger. When it's allowed to be taken, there's more yellow cards on the Roma touchline. Well, it's become a little bit of a farcical ending to this final. Could we see a magical ending to this final? So 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 over the free kick on the right-hand side, right on the edge of the penalty area. The referee puts away his spray after summoning Suso to a spot. Checks for some pushing and shoving in and amongst the wall. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰's free kick goes in towards the near post, headed out of play by 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. And it was the substitute Karstop who's also been booked in amongst all of that, by the way. And now it's going to be a corner to Roma. Maybe they have one last chance to win it. On the right-hand side, 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 to take. Right-footed in-swinger in the 11th minute of stoppage time at the end of extra time. Corner goes in. Smalling flicks on! Tipped off the bar and in towards the path of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, who couldn't quite keep his effort on target. And out of play it goes. And that might well be the final action before we head to penalty kicks. The benches are tentatively looking. Is that it? Is that finally it? In a frantic Europa League final. Bono launches the ball forward beyond the halfway. All eyes on Anthony Taylor, but still play goes on. Flicked on by the substitute Bove. Forward it goes by Seville on the right-hand side, and the whistle goes. And the 2023 UEFA Europa League final will be decided by penalty kicks. For the third consecutive year, the UEFA Europa League final will be decided from kicks from the penalty mark. Last season, Eintracht Frankfurt beat Rangers 5-4 following a 1-1 draw in Seville. The year before, Villarreal beat Manchester United 11-10 on penalties. Sevilla have already won a Europa League final on penalties. They beat Benfica in the final in 2014 by that mark. And at the end of an absorbing 120 minutes and more, it's Sevilla 1, Roma 1. We'll be back in a couple of minutes for every single penalty live here on the Flash Score live audio commentary service. And so here we go. The 2023 UEFA Europa League final will be decided by penalty kicks. The kicks to be taken in front of the Sevilla fans to the goal to the left of us. And it's going to be Sevilla to take first. It's going to be 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰, the 28-year-old, who's going to take the first penalty against Rui Patricio of Roma. Anthony Taylor blows the first whistle. Ocampos steps up, takes it right-footed and puts it into the bottom left-hand corner, tricking Rui Patricio into going the wrong way. And it's a strong start to this penalty shootout for Sevilla. Ocampos getting them off to the perfect start. A cool, crisp pressure penalty. They'll be hoping to lay down the foundations from there. For Roma, well, their biggest attacking threats aren't on the pitch, the likes of 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 and Tammy Abraham. And so the responsibility of the first penalty kick is going to fall upon Brian Cristante. It's going to be him against Yassine Bounou, the Europa League legend. He looks down. He looks across. He steps up and smashes it low into the bottom left-hand corner. Bounou gets the right way, but he couldn't get a hand to it. And so one penalty down apiece, one penalty scored apiece in this particular shootout. Sevilla 1, Roma 1 on penalties. And so next up, Eric Lamela, who made such an impact in the game since coming on at the beginning of the second half. The former Roma man. Looking to score against his former club from the penalty spot in the shootout. Steps up, strikes it left-footed into the bottom right-hand corner. Patricio guesses the right way, but again couldn't get a hand to it. And so 2-1 Sevilla in the penalty shootout. Everything being drilled low so far in terms of penalties in this one. Everything finding the back of the net thus far. Next up to take. It is the right back Gianluca Mancini, wearing the captain's armband. Bono dancing up and down his line, moving across, trying to put him off, strikes it right-footed, and it's saved by Bono. He gets a foot to it. Bueno from Bono. And Mourinho walks up and down the touchline. He knows how significant that could be. The first penalty miss in the shootout. Mancini goes low towards the middle, saved by the Sevilla keeper, who was diving down to his left. And so Ivan Rakitic next up to take for Sevilla. And from one man wearing a captain's armband to another, Patricio gives him the stare down. Rakitic to take from the penalty spot. The referee blows his whistle. He steps up and again into the bottom left-hand corner, and Sevilla have a 3-1 lead in this penalty shootout. They find themselves in a commanding position in this penalty shootout. Sending Patricio the wrong way. Diving down to his left, Rakitic goes down his left and outfoxing the Roma keeper. So, next up to take, it is the left back Roger Ibanez. He's been through the wars, he's got the scars just above his lip to emphasise that. Patricio in the Roma goal can only watch on from afar. He can't look at these penalties. Ibanez steps up, right-footed, and it hits the post! He went low to the left-hand side. Bono may have got a hand to it, but it definitely hit the post. And Sevilla are on the brink now of Europa League glory. They are 3-1 up in the shootout. Bono with a hand to tip it onto the post. And they now have an opportunity to pick up the trophy for a 7th time. Gonzalo Montiel, whose penalty won the World Cup for Argentina back in December, has the opportunity to win the Europa League for Sevilla. He steps up, and it's saved by Patricio, who dives down to his left and guesses right. And Sevilla have had a match point missed in this final. It was too casual, and Patricio with a big hand to stop the effort. But there's a VAR check. The keeper is off his line, and so it's going to be retaken. VAR saying there's an encroachment, the penalty will be retaken, and maybe it will be all over after all. Take 2 for Montiel. Does he go the same way? Does he go the other side? He steps up, right-footed to win it for Sevilla. Right-footed into the bottom left-hand corner. And it is 7 heaven for Sevilla as they pick up the UEFA Europa League title for a 7th time in Budapest. The fans stream onto the pitch here at the 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 Arena. Scenes of sheer jubilation in the Hungarian capital tonight for the fans of the Andalusian side Sevilla. As for Roma, their attempts to win back-to-back European titles have come to an end in the cruelest of all circumstances. The fans go up to hug their victorious players. They're players that have given them another European triumph. But for Roma, there is that sickening feeling of dejection. They were in front until the 55th minute. It was Dybala who gave them the lead on 35 minutes before Gianluca Mancini's own goal in the 55th minute set us in motion for the events to follow. And when it came to penalty kicks, well, Sevilla win by 4 penalty kicks to 1. Roma thought they had a reprieve when Patricio saved Montiel's initial attempt before VAR said that there was an encroachment in the penalty area. Then a second bite of the cherry. He did it.